All right. Good morning, everybody. If you can hear me and the audio sounds acceptable, if you don't mind hitting that number 1. Again, if you can hear me and if the audio is good, hit that number 1, please. Maddie, Greg, Travis, Brian, Chad, Zooks, James, Patient, Noel, Kevin. All right, that is more than the 5 I usually like to see. So looks like we're a fully operational battle station. So let's get this underway here, and we are good. Okay, no talking. Maybe a trade right off the bat here. This is an interesting setup. Okay. Might be too late at the. Oh, just maybe a little too slow. Anyways, all right. I'll keep an eye on it and try to talk and do the introduction. But yes, good morning, everybody. It is Wednesday, December 3rd. The year is 2025. And we are off to an interesting start on the day. And hopefully you're off to a good start. Friendly reminder, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, please hit that like button. If you are brand new, welcome. It's great to have you. No need to hit the like button. I understand you have no idea if you're going to enjoy or not. But if you have been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, please hit that like button. I know it doesn't seem like much, and it doesn't really matter. It does. It does actually help out. It makes a difference. So if you don't mind hitting that like button, like I said, it really does. It really does help. James made it on time today. Where's Janice? Okay, I can't talk right now. Where'd my cursor go? Come up a little bit more. Come up more. Hit that. That doesn't really. What is that? 96 up to. Yeah, I'm going to try it. There we go. I'm in. Oh, come back down. Well, maybe I just got sucker. I'm going to add. If this does come back down here, I want to add to it. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Again, looking to add at the red line. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Got some cake. This is great. Thank you. Did you build or did you bake it for me?
Yeah.
Very good.
You could save a donut.
I know I can't really eat right now. I'm trying. Okay, I'm in. I added. My stop right. I think I'm stopped out. All right, stopped out on that one. There we go. I'm holding pie in one hand and I'm trying to trade with the other. A bit louder, please. Is the mic not adequate right now? Looks like you might be right. Okay. Sound. Yep. Oh my goodness. No, it's a mic. Yep. Why does it do that? Let's bring it up to 77, I think is usually a good amount. Okay, this should sound better now. Who said that? Bit louder, please. Analog, thank you. Does this sound better now to people? All right, perfect. Okay, well, I do not remember what that number was before I took that trade, but it did work out a little. I wish I would have gotten a little bit more rollover with it, but a little hectic as I was being passed food from my daughter, so that was great. I guess I don't know. Maybe is that the secret? Eat pie or cake or whatever this is while you trade. All right. Do you risk 1 minute candles usually? No, I do not use the 1 minute. This is the 2 minute. This is the 2 minute, and then over here I have other time frames. You were at 373 before the trade. Was okay, good. I'll take it. Maybe another trade here, though. If this thing wants to come back up here and continue to act weak, I mean, this orange line here is the previous session close. And this is why I like to look at the previous session close. I mean, there is no perfect level. There is no holy grail. But, I mean, it's holding pretty stubbornly right there. So, I'd like to see it come up and hit that pink line again and then come down. But maybe I'm being a little too high maintenance on that. What's up, Clay? Haven't been around in a minute, but happy to see you. Hey, yep. Good to see you, Texoma Trader. I am still around. Been around. I'm just a grumpy old, crusty old man at this point. I sound muffled. I thought, okay, hopefully the muffled comment, I assume that was before I did the adjustments. Yeah, I've been around for a long time. Been around for a long time. So that probably tells me, Texoma, that you're pretty old too. Anyways, how is everybody's days going so far? Green, red, terrible, great. Passed an account, blew an account, qualified for a payout. Yeah, I can tell. If you remember me from back in the day, well, given I started on YouTube back in 2013, that tells me you're probably, well, even earlier than 2013, but it tells me you're probably pretty old. Green now. Jim, I don't know what to say, Jim. Man, I'm trying to get him to payout territory. I gave him a juicy setup that would have put him in payout territory, and he didn't take it. I don't know if I don't know what to do anymore. We all remember the infamous on live stream. I'm like, Jim, get GC here. And then GC made a great move. He could have made, what, $1,400, and I think he made $180. And I'm just like, why? Why? Well, in hindsight, I guess that was kind of stupid of me to want it to see that hit that pink line because, once again, rejected from that orange line. No, Jim didn't even take the trade. I gave him a gold trade. Said 257, which was right here. It made that move up right there, which was more than enough to push him into payout territory because he is very... Whoa, I just noticed on gold. Gold is actually... Okay, gold. I see you. All right, MNQ is kind of just going sideways. Who here cares about gold? Give me a 5 if you care about gold. Not you trade it every day, but who at least cares? Like, I care about it. I'll keep an eye on it. Do I trade it every day? Not even close. But I care about it enough to at least keep an eye on it. All right, some of you do. Gotcha. Okay. I will say buyers are pretty strong because, to give credit, I mean, the bears have smacked them down time after time. But each smackdown, not only does the price pretty much not roll over, but right now, all of a sudden, you can see the bulls are starting to try to put in some higher lows. We'll see if that can maintain. Maybe that's about to be violated here, but there does seem to be maybe some buying pressure here building. Is it building for a break to the upside? That's kind of what I'm thinking through right now. All right, that did technically put in a little bit of a lower low, but still, even that low higher than that one, which is higher than that one. So it's getting, in my mind, trickier and trickier from the short side of things because, I mean, yeah, there's a track record of it just being rejected. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you want to count that, 8. So, I mean, will it reject it for a 9th time? I'm not going to call you crazy if you think so. I mean, you have a track record of it rejecting 8 times before. I've blown 5 pro accounts. So, okay, 5 accounts is nothing. 15 accounts is absolutely nothing within the big picture. For those of you that have been around, you've seen the example where I gave back in the day before prop firms, where I blew the equivalent of 44 prop accounts in one trade. Because back then, when you had to, risk your own capital, one bad decision cost me $4,500 of my money, which equivalent of 44 prop accounts toasted in one trade. All right, maybe along here as we look at the pullback. We have both so this is the 5 minute. We have both the VWAP and the 21 EMA down here. Does that guarantee a bounce? It doesn't. It doesn't make it, in my mind, a plausible area. It does. Well, just do the same thing that is easily helping you pass the test accounts for the pros. But either way, five blown prop accounts is truly just a drop in the bucket. It is absolutely nothing. Like once you get to 44 accounts, then we can start to talk, because I'll still be able to say, yeah, you've blown 44 over, this journey. I've done that in one trade before. All right, here we go. Coming down. Maybe. Mainly watching on the 5 minute, well, right off the VWAP. I don't know. Maybe I was being a little too greedy and stupid by wanting the 21 EMA in the 5 minute. But as you can see here again on the 5 minute, as I bring it over, it never quite hit that 21 EMA. So yes, in hindsight, I definitely look like a baboon. But that is what hindsight does. Sometimes you look really smart. Sometimes you look really stupid. Okay, your kid's going to have Thanksgiving every day with all the accounts I'm buying. Well, thank you for feeding hungry kids. My kids will appreciate that. But don't blow too many. We want you to have success, because with more success, that means the more accounts you can buy and spread out your empire. And if you're using code Clay, that is the best win-win. Because if you keep blowing accounts, you'll eventually run out. We don't want that. We don't want that. Yeah, what everybody needs to read what Patient Trader just said. That would be the distinction. If you blow a pro account, or if you just blow a prop account, you've got to be able to say, I failed because. And if you don't know how to answer that sentence, then that means you really didn't learn anything. That's where it's a problem. If you're not learning anything, that is a problem. Okay, coming down again. In. Just one, starting small. All right, I'll take the quick scalp. Basically didn't make anything on that one because I started so small, but I wanted flexibility on it. I had it kept coming down, but that's a problem. If you start small and want to give yourself flexibility, and then you're correct right from the get-go, you'll be like me and regret, oh, doggone it, why did I go so small? But had that thing kept dropping and I had a bunch of flexibility, I would have definitely been very happy with myself. I think it's mental for me. Just have to figure it out so I can get my first one. Yeah. Which, again, is why I think the racehorse model helps. Again, the racehorse model doesn't solve everything, but if you know that you have pros in waiting, then it helps alleviate the fear of losing your current pro account. 10 a.m. I have no idea what that's in reference to. Can you be a little more specific, James? 10 a.m. What does that have to do? Whoa, Zooks is just deleting messages all over the place. Zooks, what's up, man? No need to, you don't have to delete any messages. Wrong one, my bad. Wrong what? James, I guess you have decided to be a man of mystery today. Okay, maybe along here. I'm going to try along if it wants to come up to that green line there. Again, we'll look to get long at the green line. But it's first got to come up to the green line. messages are like Inspector Gadgets. Nice. One of those days. Yes, just a man of mystery. 10 a.m. What does that mean? Wrong one. My bad. Wrong. A man of mystery today, I tell you. All right. Wait. Trying to get long at the green line there. This has been the type of movement where I'm not quite sure you really need to use NQs on the day. Maybe. But it's good quality movement where you can get yourself in trouble pretty quickly if you're not careful with position size. So just something to keep in mind, or at least for me. Not that I'm aware of, Greg. That's why Pam's plant is for the category of day trader, because prop firms don't allow you to carry stuff overnight. Things get too sketchy that way. I suppose in theory there might be one. I'm not aware of any if there are. All right. I'm going to cancel that order out now. Well, in hindsight, maybe that was really stupid, but I wanted to get filled on this candle here. Which, again, maybe that'll look to be the poor decision, but it is what it is. That's what I want to do. Again, as a reminder, hit that like button. We are 18 away from our first key milestone of 50 likes. So yeah, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy hitting that like button, it really does help. It may not seem like a lot, but it does make a difference. So if you're able and willing to do that, I appreciate it. Gold looking kind of interesting here on the 5-minute at least. Right here, we'll take a look on the 2-minute. Yeah, gold down here at the VWAP. So for any of you that like the VWAP, like to trade gold, maybe there's something you can put together with that action. Just thinking of adjusting my strategy. Yeah, no, prop firms I would definitely say are for a day trader, not for swing traders. Now you can swing trade futures if you're wanting to use your own money, but I personally think that is that's a pretty risky way to go about it. To be fair, you can get paid very nicely too, but hey, Ace. Well, in hindsight, I shouldn't have canceled out that long order. It would have worked out very nicely, but it is what it is. Yeah. So anybody that was like, no, Clay, I agree with you, but I disagree with canceling the order. I'm going to keep it out there. If that was you, well done for thinking on your own, thinking for yourself. You're getting paid. I'm not. Good morning, Lizard King. So once again, if the price does come up to this area, do we have another short? That would be the topic on hand. It's already rejected from there several times before. So do you do another short is the, well, I don't know. Let's, give me a 2 if you're going to plan on getting short up there. Just give me a 2 if you're going to plan on getting short. Let's see how many people here. I don't know, give or take a little bit. I won't say an exact area, but just this general region. Anybody here thinking of getting a short? Frank. Okay, Frank, it looks like it's just you, man. Okay. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign. 2-ish. So that sounds like undecided. Really? What? So everybody else is going to buy up there? I thought I'd get a little bit more. Broke 61%. I'm long. All right. Hoover's long. James wants to see some confirmation if it rejects again. Yeah, I'd probably be in. I'm not going to just blindly short up there, but if it comes up here and starts to putz around again, I'll take a swing at it. I risk these big engulfing candles when I enter. So I'm long, stop at break even. Don't copy me. All right. In range, so on the side for now. Yeah, kind of in the middle of the range right now. That's why it was more so like at the top of the range. Is anybody going to get, try to get short at the top of the range up there? Looking for an inversion of the 1-minute FVG before I get short. Okay. I have no idea what you just said, but that sounds cool and legit. Do you always? No, always is a very strong word. So no, I do not always use buy bid over buy market. Target 1 is all right, patient trader. Stop will be moved. Good job. Hoover's long at 79. All right, here we go. Approaching the top of this range. So if you want, to define the current range right now is that. I'm not saying that is the range, but I got to think there's several people in the world that are defining that as the current range. All right, let's see if the price, what it wants to do. When do you roll to March? Wow, right off of the orange line again. I roll to March whenever the platform tells me. Because the platform will tell me when the March starts to get more volume. So that's when I'll do it. Wow. The orange line again. What's that orange line? This is the previous session close. Right here. Previous, or I guess it's called last close. So the previous session's close is what that orange line is. Again, not a holy grail. There are no holy grails, but the market does seem to care about that level. So I've learned to love it. Wow. So what is that? Is that the 9th time now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Whoops. Yeah, I think that was number 9. Wow. Now, these are always tricky because it's like, for me, it's an ego problem. It's like, oh man, if I get short up there and then that's the time it breaks, I'm going to look like such an idiot and I'm going to feel like such an idiot because it's rejected off there 9 times before. And finally, the time I decide to get in, that's where it doesn't go. So it's like a weird ego thing for me. I don't know if anybody else has those sorts of feelings, but like when you see it a million times, you're like, I don't want to be that dude that finally plays it, and then that's the time where it doesn't work. But I don't know. Maybe I just have a bigger ego than some. But that is an honest admission. These sorts of situations, they play mind games with me. Feel the same way. Okay, all right. Me and at least Mr. Turner. All right, sounds like Alan can relate. You don't try, yeah. For me, it's not really about trust. It's very obvious. Like, okay, it is bounced off there several times before. So logic would dictate, previous history is a good indicator. So like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you just get short there? Makes perfect logical sense, but then that's where the ego comes in. It's like, yeah, but what do you really want to be that guy that finally gets short, but that's the time it breaks out? Not that breaking out is going to cost you. You just put a stop loss. So it's not like if it breaks out, that means your account's doomed. It's a total ego thing. Okay, now we're looking like, are we coming back down to the bottom of the range? If we're going to define the bottom as the dotted yellow line, which is the VWAP, then it's looking like we are making our way down there. Have you ever thought about using the 30-second? No. No, I think those time frames for me are a little too fast. As a human, it's hard to lose. That is where emotion comes in. You know what I think is even harder to lose? I think it's harder to let a winner win. To not take the gains too quick. I think that is even harder than losing. I think letting a winner win is even more difficult. In my opinion, that seems to be a problem that is even larger than the whole losing. Again, cutting a loss, accepting a loss, that is hard. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's not hard. I'm just saying something that I think is harder is letting a winner win. Too many people, myself included, struggle. You just see green and then you just take it. And it's like, man, right? I took 3 points on it, so it was green, but wow, that thing just went on and moved 40 points. I was wondering, Clay, if being on stream affect. Yes, my trading. I've discussed that quite a few, but I've discussed the live stream voice many times now. I'll be happy to discuss it one more time. Yes, being on the live stream, I have introduced a new voice into my mind. The live stream voice that makes me want to look really cool, that makes me want to look really smart, that makes me want to be entertaining. And sometimes that voice tells me to get a little bit more aggressive or get a little bit more goofy than I probably actually should. So yes. And now I don't say any of that asking for pity because nobody's forcing me to be here and to create this new voice in my head. But yes, live streaming, for me at least, has created another voice in my head. Hey, Preston. Congrats on your payout territory, by the way. All right, we're back at the VWAP here. Let's see. And I'd like to get some sort of confirmation here. Okay, so if this thing wants to come down a little bit more, then come back up, I'll try a long on it. Yeah, that's a good, that I can see the value in that. Okay, did not care. Okay, maybe down here we get some sort of bounce. Gonna try along at that green line, and I'm in. Right now it doesn't really seem to care about much. I'll take that scalpy scalp. Where's my watch? Oh, thank you. Yeah, that one put me, I didn't think it would go that far below against me. I mean, I don't mind if it drops slightly below, but that was getting, like I said, not out of hand, but yeah, that was a little bit more further down below than what I thought it would drop. So I was happy to just have it go back into the green. I did trade some gold. Last night. I was being stupid. I don't know. It was that. This is bad. That is gold from last night from boredom trade. Like, I was bored, so I was like, let me go check the markets real quick. And because I was bored, I'm like, let me make my wife and oldest daughter are watching, I don't know, Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman. So I don't know, something that I had zero interest in watching. And all my other kids were in bed. So I'm just meandering around like a lost little puppy dog. And I'm like, let's see what the markets are doing. So yes, this was that was bad trading right there. Bored trading, not good. Hey, Patrick. All right, next very, whoops. Let's get that out. Next very interesting level, I think it's easier to see maybe on the 5-minute, is right down here. In fact, let's get this mapped out. Look at this level right here at 500, which makes sense. A nice round number. But look at this. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Does it bounce again? Of course not. No guarantees. But if you were to tell me that you think it might bounce off 500, I would not call you crazy at all. Makes sense to me why you would think that. So yes, we are approaching potentially a very, very interesting level down there at that 500 level. So we will keep an eye on that as time continues to play out. Again, I'm not saying the price is going down there. Usually those who watch such shows are in medicine. No, I'm going to have to go ahead and disagree with you on that one. Who remembers Dr. Quinn, like back in the day? It was a massively popular show. Massively popular. So therefore, I would come to the conclusion that it went well beyond the sphere of people that are in medicine. Now, I'm sure it included people that are in medicine, but that was such a popular show that it definitely was not only people in medicine. So yeah, that's where I don't think it had anything to do with whether or not you were in medicine. You're old, but not that old. Yeah, I never watched it either, but Jane Seymour? Like Grey's Anatomy for medicine people. No, I disagreed. Again, yes, the show's about medicine, so I'm sure people that were into medicine watched it. But like Grey's Anatomy, again, a massively popular show. So therefore, we know that it went well beyond the bounds of people in medicine. I never watch it, but definitely remember. Yeah. Love The Good Doctor and Dr. House. And I have no connection to medicine. Yeah, there we go, Patrick. There, you're kind of a good example. Most people that watch buddy cop films are buddies. I see what you did there. Again, I realize I'm dating myself, but it was so much simpler back then. ABC, NBC, Fox, CBS. Well, I think those were the four main ones. And then that was it. You had your certain channel or shows that were on at certain times. There were no streaming. There were no play on demand. In some ways, it was a simpler time. Yeah, rabbit ear antennas. Well, there's no press cabinet meeting today, is there? That's going to last for 5 hours like yesterday? Yeah, no smartphones. Yeah, that's where I'm at with my oldest, who's 13. I'm like, you don't need a smartphone right now. I don't even know if you need a phone. Back in my day, there were no phones. Cell phones did not come out until really my sophomore year of college at Ohio State. Like, I remember having a flip phone, and it had like a little box on it, and that little box was color. It was like, whoa. And you know what? I'm still here. I survived. Just had a couple of quarters in case I needed to find a payphone. But there is zero chance she's getting a smartphone. That is for sure. In fact, I just saw a study on my Facebook wall, some new study about, well, I don't even like, but if kids before the age of 12 that get smartphones, it significantly increases the chances of obesity and depression, I think, if I remember right. Oh, you think? You think some kid's mind can handle all that stuff? Now, I don't know if exactly where the obesity would come from. Maybe because it's like depression eating or something. Or maybe just because they don't want to be active. Maybe that's what it is. They don't want to get active because they're addicted to their phone screen. I don't know. Pager had to find a payphone. Yeah. Two cans and a string. In this day and age, it's like you don't even need a quarter. There are phones everywhere. If you really needed one, just go up to don't go up to like a meth head, but like go up to basically anybody, and they'll have a phone. Take profit only during the test phase. Only during the test phase. That's why I say when you get this and do the test, try to pass it within a month, which is more than enough time because futures move so fast. So you can take as long as you want to pass the test, but every month that passes, you have to pay that. But as soon as you pass the test and get your pro account, there are no more monthly fees. So they only charge monthly fees during the test phase, but after you pass, it goes away. Yeah, future heads are fine. Ooh, nice move back up here. I remember if you wanted to change a channel or adjust the sound, you had to get up. Yeah, I don't remember those days. I remember always having a remote. Yeah, I pastry chef, I think there's a little bit more of a peace of mind with the 150K account. For probably that would be my guess too on why do I feel a little bit more peace of mind is because you have that bigger drawdown. Again, that doesn't mean that 150K accounts are therefore the best size accounts. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's why I think I probably like them. I like the 150K accounts and the 50K accounts. That doesn't mean they're the right ones. That's just what I like. But I think probably, yeah, some of that has to do with the bigger drawdown. For me, I think it makes me a little bit more at ease. I know I can do a bigger position size, so I have more flexibility within a trade. Check Light 3, it's a dumb phone. That's what I give my daughter. They have maps and other basics. Check Light. Okay, I don't know if I've heard of that one. Good to know, though. Good to know. I was a remote for my parents, as you deserve to be. They were feeding you, boy. Now, I realize you're not complaining about it. But I see nothing wrong with the child being used as a remote back in the day. They're getting food and room and board. They got to pay some way. Joe, just very quickly, I don't want to spend too much time on it, but just to summarize kind of my thoughts on the prop firm space, there you go. I think King of the Mountain is take profit trader, whether you're a beginner or definitely for a beginner because of the clean set of rules. But even if you're experienced, I think take profit trader is the best way to go about it. So that's my quick thoughts there. And the reason why I like take profit trader the best, who asked Jay Polo, is they have a very, first off, clean set of rules. There's no consistency rules, no scalping rules, no scaling rules. Very, very clean rule book. And then once you get to the pro accounts and all that, they do daily payouts, and you can request money in whatever amount you make. I know some prop firms, yeah, you may make XYZ amount, but hey, no, you can't request all that until a future date. But with Take Profit Trader, if you're making $3,000 a day, well, then you can request $3,000 a day. And it's one of those things where I've yet to meet a prop firm trader that has tried other prop firms and then tries Take Profit Trader. I've never met one that complains about daily payouts and daily payouts in whatever amount you make, and then you factor on top of that the very clean set of rules. I've yet to meet anybody that actually does not like that. So right there, yeah, Preston, TPT is my new favorite. And if you want to get the current deals at Take Profit Trader, support the live stream, code CLAY. All right, we are now working our way back up to what has been the top part of this sideways channel here. But kind of hard to do anything right now, being right in essentially. Well, we used to be defining the bottom of the range as a VWAP, but after that violation, it's down here. But either way, kind of in the middle part. But look at this, double whammy of resistance. Now, not only do we have the previous close, which is that orange line, we also have the pink line right on top of it. So that does not mean it will be a resistance, but you got to think that might be pretty hard to push up through. Not to mention, it's also just the even number up there of 25,600. So we'll write that one off. I was getting somewhat excited, thinking, okay, maybe we can cook down around that level, but it eventually bounced up from there. So kind of still just got to wait and see. If it comes down here and bounces off VWAP, I might take a swing at it from the long side. Again, let's see it come down here, hit that yellow dotted line. Again, that it's VWAP, and if it starts to come back up, I'll look to try to take a swing at it from the long side. Come on. There we go. Okay, I'll try now if it wants to come back up. Now, if it drops down too far, yeah, never mind. Because now my risk profile is getting too big. All right, I'm glad I waited for confirmation, because had I just bought, I still might be okay, but as of then I would have been underwater a little bit. David, I Take Profit Trader. That is my argument. Take Profit Trader for a beginner trader. They have the clean set of rules. That is my answer. I guess to be fair, David, maybe you just showed up. But as I was just talking about Jay Polo, Take Profit Trader, especially for a beginner prop firm trader, they are the best. Clean set of rules. Maybe you've heard of Apex and you've heard of people call Apex a scam. They are not a scam. But what happens too much is beginner people to the prop firm space start off with Apex and they get steamrolled by all the rules. And they're like, man, what a scam. No, it's not a scam. You just didn't understand the rule book, which is pretty thick. Okay. Yeah, David, that's funny. I literally just got done talking about it with Polo, but I guess that's how it goes. But yes. All right, here we go. Back down. Maybe. I'm going to try a buy there. I'm in. See if it wants to bounce. Push. Took one out. Took another out. Put my stop now right here, and we'll follow it up with a stop. So this will be a green trade now. Just a question of how big of a green trade, because I don't know how high this thing is going to want to just bounce. I would love a V-shape straight back up. I don't think that'll happen, but certainly not going to complain about it. If it can push above VWAP, then I'll move up my stop again. But for now, just going to leave it right there, and we'll see if we can, if this bounce wants to get up through. Yeah, and I'm stopped out. All right. So there we go on that one. Maybe another long down around here. This brown line, which is a pivot point, you can see has created some longs before. So if it wants to now move down to that area, maybe look to try another long. Want to see how this candle finishes. I might try another long up around here, but for now, I'm not going to touch it any further. It may go to 56.05. Yeah, it might. It also might plunge down to 500 down here too. So that's what I'm trying to be a little bit aware of. Man, the chat box is quiet today. What is going on? We might set a new record. This might be the smallest live stream ever. There's no way I'm going to be able to do this for 4 hours straight if the chat box is going to be this quiet. This is brutal right now. In trade, that's fine. That's fine. But I mean, surely not every single person here is in a trade. Does take profit? No, Anis. You don't want to trade Forex anyways. Forex is truly a steaming pile of garbage compared to futures. Futures move so much better than Forex. What's brutal is my account. Oh, come on, Zooks. Loud noises. I mean, I'm partially kidding. I do understand people are trading and doing other stuff. I'm just saying that, like, if the chat remains as quiet as it's been, oh man, I don't think I'm going to be able to make 4 hours. Yeah, the drawdown is the amount that you're not allowed to lose. So, like on the, let's just say the 100K account, don't lose 3,000. That's the drawdown. Because you do, prop accounts do have rules. They will make you focus on risk management. So yes, the drawdown is the amount you are allowed to lose. Don't like trading a too choppy market, takes away my gains. I hear you there, quality time. I hear you. I'm trying to summon my inner dent. No. We're trying to keep away our inner dents. Yes, I learned trading on my own. It was a very poor decision. Got some bad confluence, but definitely a little short bias. Just want to be super smart. All right, Christian. Wait, Jamie, you still haven't done a prop account yet? Jamie Stefan, I must be misunderstanding what you're asking. Are you telling me you still have not yet done prop trading? You have been here a long time. You could AI yourself on video and have your AI doppelganger do the heavy voice lifting. Ooh. I am not being loud, so I don't get a timeout as usual. Well, that has nothing to do with you being loud, but if you're being just a dent on purpose, yeah, that's what gets you a timeout. So, a la Swad, let's put away your pocket full of victim cards and just don't be a dent. That's all. It's pretty straightforward. I use my own cash. Oh, man, that's crazy. Can I import my trades into TradingView from... I don't know, Alfonso. I actually don't know that. Caught a bounce off the 50. On what time frame, Corey? The big problem on the choppy market is, yeah, that's what makes it hard. The funny thing is, some people, I mean, it's fun because I'll throw out my complaints, and then in our private community, the range traders show up and they're like, or just trade the range. It's like, okay, fair point. I'm not the greatest range trader, but like one man's chop is another man's like golden goose. You have to realize what is the market doing and trade based on that. Well, I'm probably nitpicking, but you can never realize what the market is doing, because that means like what the market's going to do. You can think you know what the market's doing, but like if you realize something, I equate realize with knowing. Maybe that's not that. Maybe that's not the right definition. So I don't know if you can ever realize what the market's doing. Yeah. Hey, Anis, what country are you in? I am starting to get the impression you are not in America, or you're in some foreign country. You keep talking about all this goofy stuff that doesn't need to be done. But I do realize, depending on your country, maybe you have to do it. You can realize what the market is doing. Yes. In past tense, you can realize that for sure. Yes. You can know past tense, hindsight wise. Yeah. Fair. That's a fair distinction. If we have a TR, what makes you believe the next move will be a BR? A BO. Huh? Oh, Morocco? Is this futures? Yes, this is futures. Yeah, I think pretty sure Morocco is. You can't do what I'm doing. Let's check real quick. You don't want to see your country on this list. Yeah, Morocco. All right, yeah, sorry. I don't know. Maybe one of the other prop firms is open to people in Morocco, to be fair, but not Take Profit Trader, who I'm using and recommend. All right, we are approaching the top part of the range. I'm not sure what you're saying, Cuba. Just short up here. That's what a range trader is going to tell you. We've realized there's a range, so just short right here until it's not a range anymore. I don't know what exactly you're saying. Well, my trading. I've traded since basically, I don't know. I started off as an investor. When did I become a trader? I don't know. But I've been in the market since 2006. So the prop firms are still relatively new to me, because prop firms did not exist way back in when I was a kid. They didn't exist. So I can't answer that question. Let me put it this way, though. As somebody that came from before prop firms to somebody that is now seeing prop firms, man, I'm jealous of you people that are learning with prop firms, because you can sure make $1,000 go a whole lot further. You don't want to see this country on this list. Yeah. That's like the list of doom. Random Barbarian. Clay, you're one of the original trading people on YouTube. I am. I'm kind of old. All right, here we go. Maybe. Another rejection here. I think we learned better habits when we traded our money. No, I'll disagree with that. I'd rather have a mistake cost me a couple $100 as opposed to $2,000 or $3,000, or that, as I've shown before, $4,500. Again, that's the power of prop firms. They reduce your consequences. If we define bad trade as you lose $3,000, well, if you're using your own money, bad trade means $3,000 out of your pocket. That's the consequence. If you're in a prop firm and you lose $3,000, the consequence is you lose the account. They'll take your prop firm account away from you. But if you only spend a couple $100 at most on that account, well, then you're only out $200 from your pocket. So yeah, I think traders should be after any way possible to reduce the consequences, which is a function of risk management. Well, as of now, not really any sign that it wants to come back. So if this pulls up some more and then comes down, I'll try a long now. See if we can get a back test of this channel. So the back test and go. No, you buy an account real quick. You buy an account, Jay. So let's say you want 50K. You'd spend 119 to buy the account. If you then go and lose 2,000, they'll take away the account, which means you're out 119 because you no longer have the account that you paid 119 for. You can try again, known as a reset, for $100. So you could reset the account for 100. You did not learn to cut losses with learning to. Well, I think you're missing the point, Peach Pete. It's not a matter of yes, I did learn, but it was the cost of learning, which was way more because, oh man, that was a mistake, but I'll learn from it. Well, back then, that mistake could be thousands of dollars of your own money. At least with a prop firm, that mistake is a couple $100. Same mistake, but I'd rather have the same mistake where I learn from it, cost me a couple hundred versus potentially a couple thousand. So yeah, that's kind of an irrelevant. Yes, I did learn to cut losses. I'm making an efficiency argument. It's more efficient to learn with a prop firm than it is with your own money. Hey Clay, I just created a time frame weighted confluence. What are you talking about to help my systemize? Oh man, Christian, you were way smarter than I am, brother. Props to you. I have no idea what I just read, but it sounds like you did some cool calculator that required coding skills. So Christian, props to you. If it's working for you, beautiful. Hey, Elusive Lens, good morning. I think you and I are better now because of her prior. Well, yeah. Again, I'm all for it. Prior experience is how you're going to get better. But I want to go about gaining this experience as efficiently as possible. And that's where the prop firm, I would argue, allows you to gain this experience that will help us be better off at the most efficient way. I mean, all you got to do, the best way to, Christian, just give us trade plans. Give us an entry point, give us a target, and then give us a stop loss. If you can give us those three numbers ahead of time, that'd be the best way to show us the little calculator here. Pat, good job, Elusive Lens. Congrats. That's what makes this very nice. If people want to show up and say they have a great indicator or a great bot or a great whatever, cool. There's no easier way to prove it out than just to give us trade plans in real time. I'm not saying this is your plan, Christian, but like people that show them like, well, my bot said to get long here and then to sell right there. It's like, maybe, but like hopefully you can see this is the internet where people just say stuff. But like, yeah, if you can give us something ahead of time, that's the best way so we can see it in action. All right, CDP. Anyone see a short? I'm not seeing any shorts right now, but there is something where we might get a short. We are approaching the pink line here on the 5-minute, which is the 200 period simple moving average. So potentially maybe get some sort of short up around that area. We got to, or at least I'm going to watch and see how it behaves. Haven't figured out bots yet. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I don't know anything about scripting or coding or anything. Can you make a poll asking the chat if they are bullish or bearish? Nah. You don't want others to influence you. Just you got hindsight trades. All that matters is, are you bullish or bearish? And if you don't know if you're bullish or bearish, that would be the sign for this order right here. The sit on hands order. If you don't know whether to be bullish or bearish, there's no shame in that at all. In fact, that's good that you don't know that and that you realize you don't know that. That way you know to just sit on your hands. Don't trade. Wait until you do know if you're bullish or bearish. You're piggish? Yeah, don't be greedy. Wait, who gets slaughtered? Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered, right? Is that the saying? I'm bearish. Yeah, that's a sit on hand. Okay, all right. All right, let's see. Okay, this candle's interesting. I'm not calling you crazy at all if you're short. The problem that has me worried about getting short, I mean, if you want a scalpy scalp, you have room there for a scalpy scalp. But man, I think that might be kind of difficult to get back down through. Not impossible, but I'm thinking about maybe a long there. Well, it's filling in the last bit of volume profile like it was Tetris. Oh, that's intense. Joe Bader's over here talking about Tetris. A man after my own heart. This day would be amazing if I didn't lose 800 in the beginning. Yeah, the beginning of today was a bit Monka-esque. Just got an email about preparing for tax season. I'm like, what? I just did tax. No, you're right. It is almost the end of the year. Time flies. So this is one where I'm with, who was that earlier? Hindsight Trades was like, can you take a poll? I don't know, man. I'm with you. Is this bullish or bearish? I do like the pattern here, but that candle there has me a little worried. And then when we look at the 5-minute, we have the 200 period up above us, so it's kind of a little bit of, I'm not quite sure what to think right now. But never be ashamed of that as a trader. If you don't know what to think, that's a good thing that you are realizing you don't know what to think. That just tells you to sit on your hands, be patient, wait for something to develop that you feel more comfortable with. Don't think it is a bad thing if you don't know what to think. That is a good thing. Now, if you never know what to think, okay, that probably that would be a sign that, yeah, maybe you have some more learning and education you need to do. But not knowing what to think every now and then, hey, that's part of being a responsible trader, because sometimes the market just doesn't really give you any sort of clear sign for your setup. There are actual indicators on Tradeovate that says yeah, it does. There is some sort of universal thing like that. But I don't like stuff like that because I need to know what I think. I don't care what the group think, or what the majority thinks. Well, Clay, you could always do the inverse. That might be a strategy, and maybe that's a good strategy. I can't say that I've ever looked at the Tradeovate indicator and be like, okay, so the herd is bullish right now, therefore I'm gonna be bearish. Maybe that works. I don't know. Has anybody ever experimented with that? Yeah, they do have that, Corey. Yep. I would be very, very bullish if this thing was not there. If there was no big old 200 period moving average looming overhead. So let's see if I can cook something up here. Let's try something here. Don't get scared, folks. Don't get scared. There we go. So if this is what the chart looked like, where there's no moving average up ahead, oh boy, I'm going to cook something up. We're going to have a barbecue. Unfortunately, though, where'd my cursor go? Oh, there it is, way over there. Unfortunately, though, boom, that line is actually there. So that is what, that's kind of what's the wrench in my plan right now. Clay, according to Burry, I have no idea what that means. Clay, according to Burry, is expected for. Yeah, patient. Exactly. Are there any profitable traders out there going by intuition only? Probably not. Intuition. That just seems like kind of, I don't know. That just seems like straight up gambling. Like if you have zero thought process, then you're just like, yeah, I feel like going long. So probably not. Sam Lebo. I doubt it. Isn't that how algos work? Do exactly the opposite of what I was thinking. Yeah, well, yeah, that's what it feels like. It feels like those evil market makers know what you're going to do, and then they just do the opposite. Coin flip strategy, that can work too. That was a joke. The coin flip strategy is not going to. Well, I've never seen it work. I'll put it that way. I can see it now. Hey, Mom, I was watching some beautiful guy on YouTube. He said, I don't need to go to school anymore because I can just flip a coin and make money. That's not what I said. It was a joke, okay? Okay, I know Monsky is trying to rage bait me right now, so I'm not going to engage other than just saying, good try, sir, good try. Gives you a 50-50 chance, yeah. Unfortunately, I would argue as traders we should be taking trades where we have an edge. And to be fair, 50-50, there's no disadvantage with a 50-50, but there's also no advantage. Therefore, there's no really edge. Clay, you still trading individual stocks? No. Day trading stocks, day trading options, which is what I used to do. Absolute mathematically verifiable garbage compared to day trading futures through a prop firm. Makes zero sense, especially in the options realm. When you think about theta and now how futures do not have theta, oh my. Like that's the easiest one to really just point out makes no mathematical sense in terms of efficiency. I heard someone say he controls the market. He buys, market goes down. He sells, market goes up. Who is he? Who controls the market? Hey, good morning, Tariq. This might be, I think I might try See, here's the thing. I'd like to get long here, stop below the low, but now I'm right in front of the 21 EMA. So if I put my stop down there, now I have a bigger risk profile than I want. So once again, a situation where if that 21 EMA was not there, then yeah, I would have gotten long, stop below the low, and let's see what happens. But that was your niche, man. Yeah, no. The stock game makes no sense anymore. With the invention of micro futures and prop firms, the stock game makes zero mathematical sense. You need way more capital, and it's got to be your capital. Therefore, you're taking on way more risk, and you need like massive moves to make worthwhile money. Whereas futures with a prop firm, you have very little money at risk because of the prop firm. And yet you can still leverage that very nicely. And futures, you don't like this green candle here is actually quite impressive. This movement right here was 11 points. 11 points with a few different, with a few NQ contracts. Anybody here that trades futures, that adds up very quickly. Whereas a stock, I mean, can you imagine if this was Tesla? This up to here was probably like, I don't know, maybe a 75-cent move. So if you have 100 shares of Tesla, which requires over $10,000, great, you just made $75. You needed tens of thousands of dollars to make $75. Not to mention, that's all of your money at risk on Tesla because that requires your capital. So anyways, it was good. It was good while it made sense, but at this point in time, I have said it before and I will yell it from the mountaintops. Whoever invented micro futures, genius. Game-changing invention. Because to be fair, if you're a beginner trader and people are like, hey, go trade NQ futures. No. That is bonkers. But with the MNQ, man, what a great instrument to help beginners ease into the market. Then you sprinkle on top of that the prop firms, and we are living in good times right now. Today was a good day. Good job, Versace. I learned a lot from you on your channel about stocks over 10 years ago. Clay knows his stuff. Well, some days. Some days I feel like I don't know anything. But thank you for the kind words. Might try a long here at... not might, I will. I'll take a swing at it. Good, looking to get long at the green line here. In my perfect world, filled with pure realism, I'd like to see it go down there, hit there, and then just bounce up 200 points. So nothing irrational on my part. I consider myself a very realistic trader. So yeah, just go ahead, fill me there, and then bounce 400 points. And I don't think that's asking for much. I am in. Now, if you don't mind giving me that 300 points, that would be fantastic. But this is a problem with not waiting for confirmation. All right, got to get out of that one. No confirmation. And so again, had I was like, okay, had I done it, which I do a lot of times, said, okay, I want to see it come down here, hit that green line, and then bounce back up, and I'll buy up here. Think about it. I would never have taken that trade because it clearly did not bounce. I thought I thought it would bounce from there at least a little bit. It did not. So I was wrong. So there is a good example of how waiting for confirmation can help you avoid a losing trade. But to be fair, sometimes waiting for confirmation causes you to miss an amazing entry or just completely miss out on a trade. Plus the beauty of futures is you can trade. Yeah, and then futures are open pretty much around the clock. Yeah. Who do you think benefits from retailers trading micros? Well, I mean, if they're using their own fund, well, I don't know. The broker benefits from commissions. If the trader knows what they're doing, they're benefiting from making money. So I'm not quite sure I understand your question. Let me call it Trump. He will give you 400. I can't promise which direction. Fair enough. Fair enough. And it's not a zero-sum game. Maybe in some deep mathematical equation, it's a zero-sum game, but the reality of the matter is it's not a zero-sum game. It happens quite often where I might be long, somebody else might be short, and yet we both make money. Or we both lose money. But yes, if you want to totally geek out with the math and drill down the math all the way down, sure, it's a zero-sum game. But that's what I call spreadsheet math. Real-world math, everybody can win. No, I don't use Lightspeed. I am with a prop firm now. I trade futures through a prop firm. The prop firm is the link that you see up at the top of the screen. Like, let's think about this whole, so grandma buys right here. So grandma. 50 years later, so she turns into a grandma. As a young lady, she bought. 50 years later, she's like, okay, my stock is way up here. So she sells to Bill. Okay. So she is now won. Does that mean that Bill's going to lose? Because if it drops down, sure, then grandma won, Bill lost. But there's no rule that says it's going to drop down. Maybe it does something like this. And then Bill sells it to Tom. Okay, so now we have two people involved. It's not a zero-sum game. Grandma and Bob have both won. Now, let's say it does something like this and then goes up. And now Tom sells to Jim. Okay, now eventually maybe something like that happens. So Jim ultimately did lose at the expense of Tom. But right now we have 4 people. 3 of the 4 people actually won. So no, it's mathematically, geeking out. Yeah, you'll drill the math down. But like in reality, multiple people can win. Of course, Jim lost. Yeah, you know what, patient? I think that was totally just a Freudian thing because I did actually not mean that. I did not mean for Jim to lose, but yeah, light speed. Sorry, I can't. Let's see here. We're going to bounce off of here. It's at an interesting level on the 5-minute too. Oh no. Was that too slow? There we go. Okay. Is this turning into one of these days now? Where after I get filled, now it's just going to go right back down? Oh boy. Okay, it's turning into one. Okay. All right. It's turning into one of these afternoons, I see. All right. I need to take a step back. That is 2 in a row where it just did not care. Yeah. Okay. Okay. CDP. This is where I go into. I think you're just trolling. What is the 1939 stock market crash have to do with retailers trading micro futures? That is, you are just hopping from one topic to another, which makes me think like, are you just trolling? You said who benefits from people trading micro futures? I said, well, probably the prop firm and the futures trader if they know what they're doing. That's who's benefiting. And now you're talking about, but is it sustainable? What about the 1939 stock market crash? What? Can you understand why I'm not saying you are trolling, but can you at least understand why I'm kind of thinking you're just trolling around? Can you at least understand that? Again, I'm not saying you are, but can you at least understand why I kind of think that? How my trades typically goes. Yeah, I don't know what. I don't know. For some reason, well, I did like that. It had bounced a couple of times. It was looking great. And then in the time I bounced, it's like, nope, we're done. So I need to chill out a little bit. I'm not on tilt, but I'm starting to feel it a little bit. So I need to just calm down. It's choppy out there, Clay. Well, I mean, in my defense, those were my first 2 losing trades of the day. Until then, I'd been on, I don't know. I have no, maybe like a 10 trade win streak in the choppiness. But yeah, those two punched me, that's for sure. Christian, I'm looking forward to a trade. So like, are you going to be able to give us a trade plan, Christian, with an entry point, a stop loss, and a target? Are you going to be able to, does like your algorithm or whatever you're working with, does it give you the ability to do that? I tilted earlier. I've walked away for now. Good job, Aaron. We're all human, so we're all going to want to go on tilt. But if you can walk away when you're on tilt, that's a sign of resilience. Oh, yeah, sure. Sure can continue. Again, if is everybody always going to win in any market? No. But I reject that in order for a market, like there's always like, well, for somebody to win, you got to lose. It's like, yeah, but that's not 1-to-1. It's sort of like, well, it's a zero-sum game. With the invention of this thing called the automobile, man, all those horse people and buggy people, blah, 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 are going to lose. Did they lose, though, or did they just have to get a new skill set, and then did the auto sector just create that many more jobs compared to the horse and buggy sector? My hair is getting long. Time to cut it. Oh boy. Now my hair is being judged by other boys on the internet. This is great. This is what I told my third grade teacher. Hey, little Clay, where do you see yourself 30 years from now? Well, teacher, I see myself on the internet having my hair judged by other boys on the internet. That's my life goal, teacher. Thank you, iSpire. You just made all my dreams of a third grader come true. Yeah, that's true. By the way, can we get some likes out there? Let's see if we can get some momentum. Do we have 17 people out there willing to hit that like button? If you're enjoying, let's get a short squeeze here going on in the likes. Okay, where have you realized P&L showing? Where you have your P&L showing? What is? I don't remember, Fitman, but here, let me send this to you real quick because it is somewhere a part of this video. I don't remember where, but I'll send you this link real quick. Check out here. This is, well, per the name, how I set up the platform here. I'm not saying this is how you have to set it up, but all that sort of stuff is part of that video. And I set it up many months ago, so I don't remember exactly where that stuff goes. No, Daddy, I just look at him each day. You're welcome, Fitman. For some reason, that brought up the conversation about Soy Boy. Yeah, I don't know if Soy Boy's here right now. Anybody seen the Soy Boy? Again, I don't have anything against soy boys, but I have a friend in real life that I could never quite put my, like, if you were to say, describe this individual, I could never quite do it. And then somebody shared the definition of soy boy yesterday. And I'm like, oh, okay, that gives me a description. Again, if you want to be a soy boy, that's cool. That's cool. I'll be your friend. Soy boys. Oh, that's right. He's at the dentist. He's probably been drinking too much soy. Okay, if it pops up and comes back down, I'm going to try a short here. Come up a little bit more first, though. Okay, there we go. See if it wants to come back down. All right. It does not. It just keeps going up. So once again, from a short perspective, although it still may come back. Yeah. Nope. All right. So there we go. Back to think about that. So what I did right there, I was like, okay, hey Clay, let's go back to the confirmation strategy. So had I done what I've been doing, that would have been my third loss in a row. That's creating kind of a bigger, I guess I could go with 2 to help compensate for the, yeah, I'll go with 2 now instead. Okay, let's see if this thing wants to come back down. Beautiful candle here. Doesn't want to deliver. We shall see. What's a soy boy? Well, we're not going to get into that again. All right. Was looking very nice for a second, but it's starting to pop back up. Do I add to it? I better not. I'm on a I'm on a streak of 2 losers and about to be 3. Goodness. All right. 3 in a row. Hey, random barbarian. I appreciate it, my friend. But I mean, I've been doing this for like about 15 months now. And I mean, again, with all due respect, like I'm good. I'm good. I know from your viewpoint, like you're used to just seeing me with stocks, but like And like my real life, like from your reference point, I see what you're doing making sense. But like from where at, like I've been doing this. Many of people here have been here for like, I don't know, 14, 15 months now. So I'm good. Thank you though for the suggestion. My rules are 3 in a row. I'm closing my machine. Yeah, I don't think that's a terrible rule at all. Used to drink Booster Juice every day for 2 years until I found out they use soy. Oh, well, Jim would be a fan of that. Like I said, Random Barbarian. I am green still very nicely on the day. This is the same account. These are just different contracts. That is NQ trading. This is MNQ trading. And then this is MGC, a little gold trade. So like I'm plenty green. I'm fine. I was, until this 3 skid trade, I was at, I don't know, 8, 10 in a row green, doing just fine. But yeah, I've hit a rough patch here. I can't quite put my finger on it. But I'm good. I'm not going to abandon and go back to MES just because I'm on a 3 losing trade streak here. That is a great way to never figure anything out. You're like, well, I lost 3 in a row on this. Let me go change everything. Let me go trade something else. Like you'll never land anywhere if you're going to abandon ship just because you lost 3 trades in a row on something. I believe I saw you trading for, well, yeah. I've been trading futures in a prop firm for the past 15 months. I've been trading stocks and options for decades at this point. So that's what I meant by that comment. Are these options? No, these are futures. Day trading options is garbage. Mathematically provable garbage. Unless you like dealing with theta. That Random Barbarian, that is so disappointing to hear. Like somebody that's watched me for years and years, and I guess today was finally the day where the YouTube algorithm decided to show Random Barbarian that I was live streaming. Now I haven't been live streaming for 15 months. Been live streaming for probably about 10 months now. So yeah, that's discouraging. Thank you, YouTube algorithm. That's great. If we have any YouTube experts here, can you tell me how I can get the algorithm to show the live stream to people that have been known about me for many years a little quicker? Even same day? Well, yeah. Theta. Daddy Shark, when I say theta, you know what theta is, right? Well, there's the rollover I was trying to look for, but I just couldn't quite time up. Well, I'm glad, yeah, Random Barbarian, I'm glad it finally did decide to show you that I was live streaming, but again, still a little discouraging nonetheless from the algorithm point of view. Pigeons can send notes if you want. I might have to go that way. I might have to. Oh, yeah, no. And the thing with COVID is I was around long before COVID. Like I said, I started the YouTube channel in 2013. So, yes, a lot of people, their first experience, man, I remember you from back in COVID. And I'm thinking, back in COVID, that's just like a few years ago. It's the people that show up like, man, I used to watch you back in 2014 or 2015. I'm like, oh, okay. At this point, you literally used to watch me a decade ago. Talk about feeling old. But time does fly. Even COVID now. That's starting to become almost a half a decade ago. I'd love to see a break below. Okay, so like right now, Christian, your algorithm or whatever, it doesn't have any sort of like it's not giving you a trade plan right now. Yeah, COVID, it was weird. The government sent a bunch of people money, locked them in their houses. The markets were in the news headlines like every day. And surprisingly enough, yeah, a lot of people discovered me back then. Weird. I don't know. I guess maybe just a coincidence. I'd really like to go long here, but I just, like I said, I'm on a little losing streak here, so I don't know if I really got the vision. So my confidence is a little shook, but I'm also just trying to be responsible. Like, hey, I'm green. There's no need to go on tilt and give everything back. I remember you used to show the far. No, you're probably thinking of the place I had in northern Michigan. No, that is sold. I live in Iowa now. I wish I discovered trading during COVID. Well, later is better than never. Is my high day indicator not? No, there it is right there. The high indicator is what? I don't know. You have to go here, then run a search for, I think, Iman Sapi tools, and right there. Iman Sunpai tools. So you'll have to run a search for it down here, explore community indicators. You left Michigan for Iowa. Yeah, don't come to Iowa. Iowa, there's nothing here. It's really bad traffic. There's no good scenery. It's just corn. That's it. So yes, move anywhere but Iowa. If you're thinking of moving, don't come here. It's disgusting. Yeah, that's it. It's just corn. That's literally all it is. Anywhere else, I hear New York City's nice. I hear Los Angeles is nice. I hear Texas is nice. I hear Florida's nice. I hear Alabama's nice. Iowa? No. You don't want to move here. Oh, I mean, New York City's way better than Iowa, that's for sure. No. Nebraska is so much better than Iowa. No. Iowa is not anywhere close to Los Angeles. Anywhere. Truly anywhere but move anywhere but Iowa. Yeah, Montana would be great. Yeah, Florida's great. Well, New York City might be pretty bad, but it's not as bad as Iowa. Don't move here. Do not move here. Well, yes, those places could be atrocious, but they're not as atrocious as Iowa. Therefore, you would be better off moving to one of those places. Yeah, go to Brooklyn. Brooklyn, I hear, is great. Oh, I hear Cleveland's beautiful too. Just stay away from Iowa. A lot of traffic here. Don't do that. Don't come here. It's just corn. That's all. All right, maybe a short coming up here. So this is good for my confidence. If you remember, I was talking about wanting to go long here, but I was like, I'm not quite sure. So to see this actually follow through, that is good for my confidence. To know that I was thinking long and that it would have worked out. Yeah, exactly. It's all just gang. It's Iowa is filled with corn and gangbangers. Exactly. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Reward. That's it. All right, we are right back up to this orange line, which has rejected the price before. Why don't I move? Because it's just cornfields. I'm trapped here. Corn is stuck in the of my wheels, and corn's in my engine. I have to walk everywhere. Yeah, I can't. I'm stuck here. That's the thing. If you get to Iowa, then you get stuck in a cornfield and you can't move. It's terrible. Don't move to Iowa, folks. Exactly, poet. Yeah, the gangs out here sling corn. Got the break of his tread line, but yeah, so much congestion here. I don't know if it really wants to break those areas or not. No, Cat Payne, that'll be the worst decision of your life. Don't move here. It's terrible. There is no good scenery. Everybody's mean. There's massive traffic. Does it break? Does it break? I can't tell. Is this a little bit of a tilted trade trying to buy right now, looking for the break? All right, if I lose on this one, I've got to go in timeout for 15 minutes because that'll be my fourth in a row, and that is just a very straightforward sign that I don't know what I'm doing right now. Thoughts on TMC? That's a very dangerous question to ask. I'm glad I have not hit the buy because it might blow to the top side if it course. Yeah, it does sort of feel like it wants to make a push here, but I don't know. I don't know. Is this a short right here? Like, is this a fake break? All right, I'm thinking of getting short, which means it's probably a long. So everybody get long with the way my last three trades have gone. So if you want to make money, get long. Okay, I'm in. Come on, get back below that pink line. Come on. Break below. I did. Whoops. Might still be a losing trade. It won't be as much because I am at least reducing size and pulling out some small gains. But so again, still could be a losing trade. I'm not out of the woods yet. My next target is that green line here. Come on. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's make sure this is officially a winning trade now. So I'll put my stop slightly in green now. There we go. And next target I'll put down. You're going to bounce right back. All right, never mind. Stopped out. All right. So there we go. There we go. Winning trade there. Feeling a little bit better. Maybe I'm getting my the streak is over. Is the MQ $2 a point move? Yes. Exactly. It moves 10 times less than the NQ. Feeling coin flippy here. I thought I had an edge, and the edge worked out. Of course, I wish it would have worked out a little bit more, and this thing, it still may, but like I said, I need to be a little bit extra aggressive on that one. Stella getting her groove back. I never saw that. That's a movie, right? Or is that, yeah, Stella. Yeah, that's a movie. Never saw it. Now I'm actually thinking, do I want to consider a long? Like if this thing pops back up here, is this a breakout long? Maybe. Well, I'm glad I played that one the right way. I had myself positioned. Had that thing decided to roll back over, I would have had those contracts to enjoy the ride, but it did not. Yeah, Dr. Quinn. That's right. Ah, I got you, Shuby. That was a comment that was a little bit old. Gotcha. How are people's days going right now, though? I know I always ask that within like the first 5 minutes of the live stream, but we're a bit deeper into the day. So how are everybody's days going? Green, red, terrible, great, passed an account, blew up an account, qualified for a payout? Yeah, I can't pass today. 50% is slightly off the amount I need. Gotcha. Terrible day for me. Hit some, personal loss limits on 2 accounts. Yeah, it happens. Great. Good to hear that. Waiting for some snow, otherwise green. You're waiting for some snow and critiquing other boys on the internet about their hair. Ty just went green after being in a... What? You came back from a $3,200 hole? Man, good job, Ty. That makes sense why we haven't heard from you. You've been a busy little boy. 2K in the 150K. Nice. Nice. Good start there, Brian. Jocko 500 green, slightly green and stressful. All right, Poet, Daddy, only up. Don't say only up 250. Daddy Shark, was that with good habits? That's a trigger word. Only or just. I'm just up $200. What do you mean? That is a sign you've been corrupted by social media. Made a couple hundred early on. Quite a while. Good job, Shuby, the village idiot. Good job, Shuby. Love it. Green plus 8%. Plasma Smoky said to keep it green. Good job. Yes, now I can mouth off. Yeah, exactly. Nice job, Kamish. What site is this? This is Tradeovate, the platform. I don't know what you mean by site. I'm assuming you mean what are you looking at? This is the platform is Tradeovate. I'm trading on a prop firm. So my prop firm is Take Profit Trader. That's the link at the top. And through that prop firm, I'm using Tradeovate. I want the Lambo. Man, I want a skid steer. That's what I want. So anybody that was watching the 5-minute, what is going on? There we go. Anyways, for those of you that have been on the stream for a while, we talked about that 200 period moving average, and surprise, surprise, look right where it got rejected. Right at that level. Time to go short. All right, you give us your entry point and stop. You get, and we'll see what happens. Got to cut out Clay, but I'll try to join tomorrow. Hey, good. Glad you found us, Random Barbarian. Good to have you. Well, very, very nice breakout here. That, again, I didn't take it, but that is good for the confidence. For those of you that were here, you heard me make the comment, I'd kind of like to get this long, potentially on a breakout. So to see that play out after a winning trade, yeah, I'm a little disappointed I didn't actually act on it. But given I'm kind of needing to rebuild my confidence right now, that was definitely good for the confidence. I just found your channel too, so that algo is mean. Oh, that's so disappointing. Well, I'm glad you found us. Well, Lola, I guess later is better than never, but yeah, I don't know. Inverse declarative. About the time to go short? I don't know. Where did he say time to go short? I don't remember that now. Found your stream and I'm not subbed, so you're doing something right. Okay. You better be subbed right now, Cat Payne. I'm going to give you pain, brother. But no, thank you. That's some encouragement. Because there's nothing more discouraging than like, hey man, I've watched you for years. How long have you been live streaming? The algorithm just told me. It's like, man, I've been live streaming for like 10 months now. What do you mean YouTube algorithm's just now telling people? How many green days did you have last month? I don't know. I don't keep track of that stuff. I don't keep track of winning. I don't keep track of any of that. I don't need voices in my mind. I already have enough. Which is why I am so anti win streaks. If you know how, I'm like, man, I'm on an XYZ win streak, please stop counting win streaks. Because what's going to happen is you're going to start to do stupid things in order to save the win streak. Okay, well, if I take a loss here, then that means the win streak ends. So let me try to fine tune it and fix it. And then all of a sudden, ba-boom, you are in a world of hurt. So I don't track any of that. I don't want to know any of that stuff. I take it I do my best. I'm not perfect at it, but I try to take it one trade at a time, one setup at a time, and just try to manage risk, try to not lose my mind, and then just let everything else take care of itself. I don't keep track of win streaks because I would find out I'm always on a lose streak. Come on, Ty, don't be so hard on yourself. I always get a little, I get a little scared when people start to ask me like statistics, like this or that. It's like, why do you care? Are you planning on just copy trading me? Like, is that why you want to know? Like, I'm not saying that's the case, but it always makes me go, how is that ultimately relevant to you? Because I hope you're thinking for yourself. And if you are thinking for yourself and I'm a baboon, well, your own thoughts are going to expose me as a baboon because you're going to be like, wait, what? Why is that guy calling that a bull flag when that's clearly, a bear pennant? Wait, the price has been dropping. And this guy's sitting here calling it an uptrend. You know what I mean? If you know how to think for yourself and you're an independent thinker, that's what matters most. One time you show, yeah. Yeah, I would say I'm green more than I'm red, but like how many last month, I don't track that. I am interested in a long down at this area here if it pulls back. And if it just comes down here and just crashes through it, then it's just not my day. But that is, I would find this to be a very interesting level. In fact, I'm going to throw out an order right now. Yeah, I guess I kind of do my own thing, Daddy Shark, so I really do not know much about what is going on around me. It does seem like there's lots of drama in the futures kind of space, but like I just keep my head down. I did a little bit of YouTube or Twitter scrolling once, and I'm like, nope, I'm done. Like I don't need this. Shorting here, entry 620. Okay, stop 64. All right, Boobo, appreciate you giving the heads up. Nothing but respect. Even if you're wrong and get stopped out, that's all right, man. Not everybody, you can't be right all the time. My independent thinking isn't very profitable. Well, that's why you got to just keep working on it. What do you recommend someone who wants to start trading options to not trade options? Do not day trade options. That's what I would recommend. Don't do it. There are better ways to go about day trading. Day trade futures through a prop firm. The main argument against options is you don't have theta. So that would be what? Don't start trading options. Not to mention with options, you're going to have to use your own money anyways. So now you're risking your own money to have to deal with theta. It makes no mathematical sense. And I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that level as I think it served its purpose for now. That seems to be the key breakout point. Yes, it's broken through there a couple times, but so this one is tricky because it's not really a question of can it break that level. The question is can it actually stay above the level after it breaks. And as of now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 times where, again, to be fair, it has broken, but 4 times then where it failed to stay above it. So that's what's making this a little tricky. Sideways city, here we come. You think? I guess could be. Are we about to maybe get trapped in this sort of range? Top of the range, the 200 period moving average, pink line. Bottom of the range, being that orange line, which is the previous session close. I mean, I hope you're wrong. I hope we're not going into some sideways range. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and, Tom, call you a dirty rat for even suggesting such a thing. You sick, twisted individual. Trump is speaking at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Can anybody confirm that? I'm going to try a short there. All right, just taking out a little scalpy scalp there. Again, I'm reconstructing my confidence here. Neck, I still have my long order down here. I'm still interested in a long at that green line if it wants to come down. So yes, in hindsight, the scalpy scalp was the wrong choice, but once more, I'm trying to rebuild confidence right now. If I was confident, if I was doing just fine, then yeah, man, I would have let that thing work for me, which I was pretty much doing before the losing streak started. But right now, I'm just trying to regain confidence, trying to build confidence. I don't know what does TF stand for? What trading? Yeah, I'm not sure. Can you clarify what TF are you scalping on? Oh, time frame. This is the 2 minute, but I'm using other time frames over here. Sorry, I should have known what TF was. Time frame, yeah. Sorry, that's on me. That's on me. So once again, the fake breakout. This line here is brutal. Not a problem of pushing up through that area, but staying above it, once again, failed to stay above it. Again, maybe this is just going to collapse on me, but if it is, then I don't care. But this is, I mean, we have the previous session close. We have the 21 EMA. We have the 200 period set moving average. We have this former breakout area. There really does seem to be a lot of supports down there. Once more, to reiterate, that does not mean that it will for sure guaranteed bounce, but I mean, I like the chances. It seems like I'd have an edge down there that it will bounce. No, I think Jim's at a Soy Boy conference. I think he might be the keynote speaker there. I have never done that, Greg. No. Kind of one of those things where I've always enjoyed candlesticks. It kind of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Maybe that would be more efficient, Greg, but yeah, I just like candlesticks. Yeah, no, this, uh-oh. How'd the speech go? We were just talking about you. I find it cleaner look, still candles. Yeah, no, I mean, I can see that. Do what works for you. What size are those three? This is same account. Same account, and then this is my NQ trades from the day. This is my MNQ trades from the day. And then this is my MGC, my gold trade. Well, from last night, technically. Like I was saying earlier, this was a very bad trade. That was boredom trading. My wife and daughter were watching, I think, Dr. Quinn. My other kids were in bed, and I'm not really into Dr. Quinn, so I was meandering around like a lost little puppy, and I was like, hey, let me check the markets. So they worked out, but yeah, boredom trading. I will say this about futures. That is a pitfall that I've had to learn how to navigate. Is if you're bored, for me, your mind will be like, well, let me go check the futures market real quick. And then because you're bored, you're like, I'll try to make that work. And again, it got me last night. So I am still working on how to navigate that, because that is, yes, being open basically around the clock has a lot of benefits to it, but they're always give and take. So yes, it is way easier to quote unquote boredom trade with futures if you find yourself like I was last night. I was texting with somebody, but he just fell asleep and bailed. So then I was like, okay, well now I definitely have nothing to do. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's see if we can bounce. Once more, maybe I'm being a total baboon because waiting for confirmation is stuff. You know what? Yeah, let me just wait for confirmation. What am I doing? Let's wait for confirmation before I just go blindly buying. How do you get those on Tradeovate positions folder? I'm not sure what exactly you're asking, but this video right here will walk you through everything about how I set up my platform. First time here in the live stream. This is a pretty great channel. Well, hey, thank you. That's very kind of you. Is that where my... No. My entry was down here. Yeah, I was at like 95. Okay. That would have been very irritating had I canceled that order, but it was never there anyways. I would not have been filled. That's always a tricky part, though. When you have several areas, it's like, okay, well, what do I actually choose? I have the previous session. I have the 21 EMA. I have the pink line. I mean, you could even argue start to have the 50 period. We'll see if it wants to come back down. I'm interested. 5 minutes, looking pretty tasty, too. You know, I think you could argue you got a little bit of a bull flag forming right now. So that's what I'm trying to navigate with right now. So what I just showed was the 5 minute. Right now we're looking at the 2 minute. Oh yes, are you going to be unnumbed by the time you have to give your presentation, Jim? When is your presentation? Would like to see it come down to that area, but maybe that's the lowest as it's going to go. If it is, then I'll just be left behind, unfortunately. Afternoon, Clay. Been out. See, it has been a volatile session. Yeah, it's had some trickiness. It kind of put me a little bit, but I don't think it's been too crazy. Okay, Jim, you still didn't answer my question, though. When is your presentation? Oh, 1:30 Central. So 2:30. Okay. 2:30. Gotcha. You're going to crush it, man. You're going to crush it. Oh, that's a Ty. That's an interesting way to go about it. Yeah, if you want your next trade to be green, hit the like button. Guaranteed way to have the next green trade. Hit that like button. I'm waiting. I'm wanting to go long, but not quite here. I'd like to see, can it come back down here? Hindsight will be the judge. Maybe I should be getting long right now because it's about to do that. And if it is, well then, that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. I just jumped on the prop firm. Cool, La Lola. Well, I guarantee... Well, I guess I necessarily can't guarantee. I'm highly confident that you will love day trading futures through a prop firm. Especially if you come from day trading options. The amount of people that have shown up and be like, man, thank you so much for telling me about futures and prop firms because it is so much better than day trading options and having no theta. Dantis, do you trade ES over NQ? For you, it has just been a painful... Yeah. I appreciate those words for you. Exactly, yeah. And that's fine. I understand sometimes, one man's chop is another man's, gold mine. One man's gold bar is another man's turd. It's all about perspective. RSI says short? Maybe. I would disagree with the RSI, though. If anything, I'm still relatively bullish biased right now. No, I didn't say gold turds. There's a distinction. I trade ES. So I promise I'm asking your question. Why do you trade ES rather than NQ, Dantis? Oh boy. Can I give you two or do you demand one? You said I have to pick one. Can I just pick two or no? Does it have to be one? Simplistic. Yeah, I think he's around somewhere. Two would be great. I like the 50K and the 150K. The 150K we were talking about earlier, with the bigger drawdown, meaning the amount you're allowed to lose before you fail the test, gives me peace of mind, and you can have, the more position size you can go, gives me more flexibility. So I do like it. But the 50K, I don't mind either. But again, that you kind of box me in. I'm not saying that's what it needs to be, but you asked me, so that would be my answer: 50K or 150K. But my favorite story about this conversation is to tell on here. We were having the conversation about, okay, what's the best size account? Somebody was like 25K, hands down, and then like 45 seconds later, somebody's like 25K is such a scam. So it's just, at the end of the day, it's just personal preference. Well, we are once again approaching this yellow line. I'm going to go ahead and maybe adjust it up a little bit more. Maybe that's more so the accurate area. Hey, Clay, do you sometimes trade stock? No, I do not day trade stocks anymore. No. I do the top 10 list because I'm an evil businessman. I'm trying to sucker people in to this live stream so I can smack them upside the head and say, hey, stop trading these penny stocks and low floats. They're nonsense. Low floats, penny stocks, micro caps, short squeezes, that stuff made sense 3 to 4 years ago. But after the invention of micro futures and prop firms, those things make zero sense anymore. You're taking on so much unnecessary risk. Not to mention futures just move better than those things anyways. But that is why I do those videos, because I'm trying to draw in people that are attracted to small caps and penny stocks and try to make them aware, hey, there's a better approach to day trading. Not to mention just there's no pattern day trading rule in futures either. Which was such a buzzkill for me, I remember. $25,000. What? I'm a broke college kid. I guess I got to be an investor in penny stocks and hope I can explode my money up over $25,000 so I can be a day trader. That does no longer exist because there is no pattern day trading rule in futures. That's looking kind of spicy, folks. That trend line is looking kind of spicy. I don't know if I'm going to be able to turn that down if it comes back up there. Is getting $200 US a day? Yeah. Like if you're consistently making $10 a day, that means you're consistently making money every day. So for a beginner, that would be very good. To be consistently making money, I don't care if that's even $1. That means you're at least managing risk. That is very good. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to turn down that trend line. That just looks so good. So clean. So fresh and so clean. Ain't nobody. How long would you stress test a trade plan? Not very long. Because that's a problem with demo trade. I don't have a problem with demo trading if you're trying to, stress test a trade plan. Fine. But like you have to, at the end of the day, trading is not about, okay, I can't talk right now. Okay, rejected once again. Trading is not about your strategy per se. It is, but it has to do with your ability to follow your strategy. And the thing that's going to try to throw that off are the voices in your head. So trading at the end of the day is a game of learning to deal with your voices. And the only way you're ever going to meet the voices is you've got to put skin in the game. That is why people crush it on demo trading. And then they start real trading, aka they have skin in the game. And it's like, why did this get hard all of a sudden? Because the voices showed up. So the only way to deal with the voices is you've got to meet the voices. The only way to meet the voices is to put skin in the game. And a very smart way, a very minimal way to put skin in the game, prop firms. I don't know. For some reason, my spidey senses are saying don't do it. I know you like it, but don't do it. I can't tell if that's my spidey senses, though, or if that's the Taco Bell I had last night. Yeah, that's why trading's hard, right? Because it is very important. You've got to have a quality strategy. But still, that's not good enough. A quality strategy is not good enough if you don't know how to deal with the voices. Because that's what voices do. They cause you to not follow the strategy. Which, by the way, my mind is still blown. Was that yesterday where we had somebody like leave? Like, he recommended people leave. He's like, anybody that tells you trading is hard, that's too much negativity. You should not be around those people. I'd never heard that one before. I figured setting expectations in line with reality was a good thing, but that was a new one. Like, I thought the guy was kidding at first. Does alcohol soften the voices? That's a good question. I don't know. But you don't want the voices softened, because you've got to know that they're there. There's no problem at all with being greedy in a trade, with being fearful in a trade. There's nothing wrong with that. It's listening to the greed. So if the greed voice shows up, that's cool. Hello, greed voice. I'm not going to listen to you, but I'm probably never going to get you to go away. Hello, fear voice. Yeah, I know you're never going to really go away, but I'm not going to listen to you. That's what trading is about. You'll never get the voice to disappear. So you being greedy in the sense of you hear the greed voice is much different than you acting upon the voice. To act greedy, not good. To be tempted by greed, hey, welcome to the club. That's what the voices do. They're always tempting us. So far, so good. Looking like the spidey senses have been on point. But I'm watching you, Treadline. I'm watching you. But yeah, you don't want the voices softened. You want to know that the voices are there so that you know to deal with them. Because if you don't realize the voices are there, that's not good. The first step in dealing with the voices is acknowledging the voices are there. But in order to acknowledge the voices are there, you've got to be aware of the voices. And if you're boozing it up and they don't allow you to acknowledge the voices are there, uh-oh. Hey, Matt Man. It's just. Eh. Hey, Godson. Remember you from yesterday. Long 620. All right, I'm going to have to join Loyal Wiz. He's a good trader. I'm going to try a back test of the trend line if it goes down. Come on. I'm looking for the back test and go. So I want to see this thing come down here, test this, and then go. But I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't leave him behind. No! Come back. Hey, EMA trader. A loss all the way up. I don't know what that means. I think alcohol is just allowing you to ignore the voices. Well, ignoring the voices, softening the voices, that's not good. We don't want to ignore the voices. You need to know that the voices are there, acknowledge them so that you can deal with them. Well, congrats, Loyal Wiz. In hindsight, I guess I shouldn't have waited for it to do the back test and go, but it is what it is at this point. Just for the record, I was at about 80% sure you were kidding, but it's still a good discussion, an interesting discussion nonetheless. Never a good mix with most things. I don't know. I guess that depends on the angle. From a health perspective, is it ever a good mix? Maybe red wine. Isn't red wine supposed to be good for your heart in moderation? Or is that just an old wives' tale? Yeah, make friends with the voices. I name all my voices. Like you've heard me say it, the YouTube live stream voice. Like that's hey, it's the YouTube live stream voice. Hello. No, I'm gonna not to listen. I'm not gonna listen to you. But hello. The hold my beer voice is that one? So yeah, what are the names of voices? That's a good question. So what? How do you name some of your voices? Now most of mine are pretty anticlimactic. Like there's the greedy voice. Oh, that's the fearful voice. Okay, here we go. Maybe where'd my cursor? There we go. Okay, I'm in for the back test of the tread line. Let's see if this does indeed want to be a back test and go. Oh, come on. Bounce for me, brother. Maybe we can get the bounce off the 21 EMA. This is wild. I have had zero success just trying to anticipate anything. Every time I try to anticipate it, the price just goes right below my area. Come on. I don't know. Am I getting greedy right now? Should I just take the green since I feel like this is almost just an opportunity like, okay, Clay, we'll give you a chance to get out green. I might have just blown it though. Come on. Oh, great. The tread line again. There you go. Push. Push. Push, brother. All right, stop is in green territory now. So I'll take one more off there just in case it rejects. But if we do get the explosion, then I'll have one left still to participate. Again, given this says rejected before, I'm going to take one more off there just in case it once again rejects. But if I'm wrong and it breaks out, I'll still have one for the party. Come on. Hit me. Oh, don't you do this. At least film me before you get rejected. Come on. I'm about to get stopped. And it's so close. And then, all right. I mean, still a green trade, but like I said, that would have been a way easier to pill to swallow if this move had come up here, filled that one, and then come back down. It's like, okay, fine. But to get that close, then and now it's going to go back up. It is what it is. You are like me. I have blown up so many times trying to anticipate. Well, no, then we're not. With all due respect, you're not like me. I have not blown up so many times trying to anticipate. Today's been a little bit rough run of it, But no, I cannot say that I've blown up many accounts because I've tried to anticipate. I've gone through a little rough patch, but that doesn't mean I'm going to abandon the strategy. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. Yeah, well, that one definitely did not hit me. Hey, Grill and Trent, good to see you. You are what you is. That's right. So watch your mouth. I am tempted for another long, but I'll be right now. I don't know if this is, I don't know if if I'm just kind of a little, not like lose my mind tilt, but like a little irritated tilt. Like, come on, you're going to do that? Fine, I'm just going to get back in. I don't know if that's wise though. So I'm going to just err on the side of caution here. Hey, Praddock, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I can't complain. Hey, you know what? At the end of the day, if you woke up this morning, you are having a green day. If you woke up, it's a green day. So yeah, I'm doing well. I woke up. I got 6 kids that love me. I think my wife likes me. So things are going well. Hey, good morning, Nero. You are green for the day. Let's just chat for a bit. Another day above the ground is a win. Well said. I can't take credit for it. Somebody said that before. I was like, that's a great perspective. Only thing you need now is a shower. See, I understand. While I disagree with people that think the market makers are out to get them, like after trades like this, I understand why people could think that. What a joke. It's like the market makers came down. Oh, you got your stop right there? Let's come back down, not fill you, hit your stop, and then let's go. Like, I get it. Again, I 100% reject that premise. But like, I understand why sometimes it can feel that way. He definitely needs a shower. I know. I got to shower these things. They take up so much surface area, though. It takes a lot of soap. Use code CLAY so I can afford enough soap to wash these things because they have so much surface area. You see this? That's what I thought. Watch yourself. Show some respect. Yeah, that's right. My back is just like my back is like the Rocky Mountains. Gotta show some respect. We did just break the 200. That is true. Does it stay above it, though? The 200 being referred to right here. So that pink line, we'll just get rid of the yellow line now for now so we can see it better. But yeah, that pink line, the 200 period, I started to talk about this thing way back when, and yeah, it has delivered. Kind of nasty right there, though. Is that really? Ooh. Oh, boy. The 5-minute right here, you can see still has about 2 minutes left, a little under 2 minutes before it's done moving. So to be fair to this candle, it may recover back up. But yeah, if this candle ends up closing and looking something like that, oh boy. Oh boy. That's not going to be pleasant for the longs. And this 2 minutes not looking that great either. Yeah, that's right, like a silverback grill, exactly. Hey, hit that like button if in any way, shape, or form you are enjoying. Would love to see this get up to the next milestone of 150 likes. So maybe we can get a short squeeze in the likes. But it does actually really help. I know it seems like kind of a small little thing. But hitting the like button, it does help. So yes, if you're enjoying in any way, if you don't mind doing that, like I said, it does actually help. The platform I'm on is twofold, Daddy Shark. Fold number one, layer number one, I'm in a prop firm. That prop firm is Take Profit Trader. So if you go to the link at the top of the screen, you'll see this. Use code CLAY to get the 30% off, and then no activation, and then they'll refund you back this amount on your first payout. But step one in terms of what I'm doing, select the purchasing power you want. Then after that, they'll ask you what platform do you want to use. I'm using Tradeovate. So again, the platform, my broker, whatever you want to call it, what I'm doing has 2 layers. Layer 1, I'm in a prop firm. That prop firm is Take Profit Trader. Layer number 2, through the prop firm, I'm using Tradeovate. How come pro account at Take Profit still simulated? That's just how the prop firms do it. which is good. Simulator trading is way better fills than real market trading. At the end of the day, with the real market, like you want to stay in simulated for as long as possible in all actuality. I watched you for 3 days. What stock are you watching? This is futures. I'm not watching stock here. I am trading futures, and the futures I'm looking at is the MNQ. Hopefully never, trader. Hopefully never. Because the current deal is way better. When they will refund you back your test phase, that is definitely better than 10% more on the discount. So I don't know when, but in my perfect world, never. Live and love life every day. Yes, that is very true. There are no guarantees of tomorrow. Gonna name my voices tonight. It helps. It helps. So yeah, the 5-minute, not the greatest looking candle. It could look worse though. This candle could be looking worse, but still, got the breakout. So you got to think there's some people out there now questioning, is this a fake breakout? Yes, I've been paid out many times from Take Profit Trader, as other people here have. Yeah, and that's where ChatGPT is a little sketchy. To be fair, yes, there are some prop firms that maybe don't pay out, but that's why I would never recommend, hey, this prop firm just started yesterday. They're based out of Somalia. Sign up. I would wait, let some track records build up. And yes, Take Profit Trader definitely has a track record. They're not new. I've been paid by them many times. Others have been paid by them many times here. Hi, Clay. I'm Chris. I would like to join. Can you please explain how to subscribe after how many days I can get started? If we take monthly 50K. Yeah. Well, if you just go to the site, it's all right there. So the nice thing as a subscription, this per month is only during the test phase, which is why I always recommend aim to pass the test within 30 days. So for the 50K, got to make 3,000. And 3,000 in the world of futures, again, I'm not going to say is easy, but futures move very, very quickly. So 3,000 is definitely realistic within a month. And that's why I say pass within a month, because then this fee goes away. But yeah, that's what you got to do. You got to make 3,000, but you do have to manage risk. Don't lose 2,000. But yeah, if you just go to that link, Chris, at the top of the screen, make sure to use code CLAY to lock in the current Black Friday deal. Cyber Monday deal, whatever they're calling it. Cyber Week deal, I don't know. No offense to anyone from Somalia. Well, if somebody from Somalia took offense to that, I don't know if they're being intellectually honest. Hopefully they'd be like, yeah, I can totally understand how you'd think that. If it's simulated, then how are they making money? From people paying for test accounts and then blowing them up. They're also making money from people on pro accounts or pro plus accounts. Once you go to pro plus, that is live market. And then they keep 10% of that. So those gains are coming from the market itself. You guys are a great set of free. Oh, thank you, Godson. Oh, I never. Sorry, you're the owner. Just started it yesterday. Pirate Props, the name of the prop firm, Pirate Props. Amy Jenkins, they are making money off you. Just keep on grinding, Amy. It'll be nice when it doesn't really change anything. That you're still needing $2,000, not to mention it's $2,000 of your money at risk. So that doesn't do anything, alleviate really anything at all. Not to mention, futures still make stocks look like an absolute joke when they move. Like it's just not even close. But yeah, it will be nice in the sense that people want to trade something slower. But as day traders, I think we want things with volatility. It's called I'm the captain. Look at me. I'm the captain now. All right, 5-minute is looking very much so like I'm not interested in going long right now. Another fake breakout candle. And this candle is about to be locked in less than 10 seconds. So watch this. When this hits 0, a new candle will start to form. So for beginners, this is the 5-minute time frame. So there we go. I guess it was a little early, huh? All right, this is starting to look a little bit sketchy. So much so that I'm almost thinking, do I get short here? Stop up above here? Actually, what would that be? So if I am short at 36, my stop is up here. That's 41. A 5-point risk. I don't think that's too... I'll think about it. Let's see how this one behaves. But yeah, I might take a 5-point risk on it. Oh, you Goombas. Come on, can we get at least 4 more likes? Why you guys got to troll me like that? At least let's get up to the 150 likes. I'd love to get up to 200, but one hurdle at a time. Do we got at least 4 people out there? I'm telling you, it does help the stream. Now, yeah, using code Clay helps definitely more, but just little small things like hitting that like button also helps. Whoa, 159. Let's go. Short squeeze and the likes. Yeah, I have 0 interest right now in getting long because of that 5-minute. Now, if it wants to pull back some more, fine. But like at this moment in time, well, what I meant by that was up around here. 0 interest in getting long. So, okay, that's a good reminder that I do. Whoa, 168. There we go. That is because IB Trading is like a veteran around here. Like he is not new. But yet he had forgot. So that's a good reminder that sometimes none of you mean anything. You just, no, sorry, Clay. I literally forgot. So there we go. Whoa, guys, I'm Somalian. Well, then, can you please tell your country to stop doing all the pirate stuff? Become a politician there. Run on that platform. No more piratry. To be fair, though, we have porch pirates in America. But like you guys have like legit pirates. Like we have boats and stuff like that. Yeah. MSGA. Not Somali. You just said you're a Somalian. Whoa, guys, I'm Somalian, not Somalian. Wow, that's offensive. What is? What did I say? I'm the captain now. Ahmed's the captain now. A chicken in ever pothead. A chicken in... I think there's a typo in there. Ouch. But I live in the state that has the most Somalians. Is that what? Is that Minnesota? Minnesota? How many micros do you typically trade on an average day? Like how many per trade or how many? Can you be a little more specific, Amy? Like in total or like per trade? Everything now seems to be offensive. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Average trade. Probably like 3 to 5. Now, if I'm in the morning, I might get, well, in the morning, usually I'll do NQs. But afternoon, I'm not the greatest afternoon trader. I've never been. So that's why I'll reduce size a little bit. But in days like this, you can still the gains can still add up pretty nicely. All right, I think I have to take this long, don't I? I think so. This is a pretty nice setup here. Wait a minute. Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see? A rising wedge forming in the night with a grin as big as a Benjamin Franklin. All right, never mind. I'm not going long. We got a rising wedge here, folks. If anything, I'm now thinking short. Okay. I'm not going to take it short here, but yes, I want one more candle. One more candle. I can't take it on this one, but if this next candle, in my ideal world, the next candle pops up, comes back down, and then I'm getting short, stop above that high. Let's see if I can get it. I'm not going to take it on this candle. If that means I get left behind, so be it. So be it, Billy. But I know what I'm looking for. Yeah, I can't believe I was thinking about getting long, right? To be fair, I mean, it could very well bounce off here. So I guess going long there wasn't like the dumbest thing. But I want to see if this rising wedge wants to play out. Okay, but yeah, I don't want to see it bounce up too high. What time in the morning you take? 9:38. Usually 9:30 a.m. I've always been an opening bell type of trader. Clay, let's say I have 1K. Does that mean I can trade futures market until I blow up? Yeah, if you have $1,000, you could, all you do is go in, if you want, so right here, you could buy this account. So if you got 1,000, that costs you 119. So you still have $881 of your money left, but now you can trade with the prop firm. And if you go past the test, go to the pro account, and then start to get payouts, you're getting all those payouts and stuff with only $119. Whereas if you use that $1,000 of your own money in the futures market, one bad trade, because futures can move so quick, that $1,000 could be gone just like that. But at least in the prop firm space, if that happens, well, you won't lose all of your money. You'll just lose that 119. But remember, you only spent 119 of the 1,000, so you could reset the account, aka try again for $100. So that $1,000 will go a lot further within the prop firm landscape. Doggone it. Doggone it. It's not behaving like I wanted it to. All right, I'm not going to give up on it. But we do have a rising wedge, which, again, is a bearish pattern, by the way. You would think a rising wedge might be a bullish pattern. Incorrect. Falling wedges are the bullish ones. So not the most intuitive setup, but if you have any sort of experience here on the live stream, you know that a rising wedge, for some reason, the rising wedge just loves to treat the stream pretty nicely. Not 100% success rate, but was that a Freudian slip? My wife better watch out. I'm long at 217. Dang. Are you serious? Wait, I don't think it hit 217. Oh, no, it missed you. Oh, or is that where you want to get long? Nathan short. You are short right now, or you're thinking of getting short? Which one is it, brother? Been short for like 30 minutes. What are you? Huh? Is that normal for you? Oh, wait. I got to stop. Okay. Again, I don't want it on this candle. But what would be great if this candle comes down here, closes like right here, next candle starts, comes up, comes back down. I'm taking that short, stop above the high of that candle. All right, Nathan is looking for the rising wedge to do its thing. All right, this is not... Again, I am bearish biased right now because of the rising wedge. Thinking of a long at 6. Okay, I think some of you are absolutely crazy people. You guys are going against the rising wedge. So be it. So be it. Maybe I'm the crazy one. I will also be interested in a short if it comes up to the upper part of the pattern, but right now, not really interested in doing anything right now because we're basically right in the middle of the pattern, so I'm not gonna make any moves right now. I got to text Jim. Any more trades, question mark? Jim is actually, I don't think he's here right now, but like dude is like $180 away from payout territory. So let's all just send good vibes for Jim. He is so close to payout territory. All right, we'll see if it's going to head all the way up to the top trend line. I don't understand why rising wedge is considered bearish. No, it isn't. That's the thing, though. It's not. It's not. It's not somewhere. I can see why you would think that, but it's not. Christian, when are you giving us a trade plan? When do we get those 3 numbers? Anytime? Do you think anytime soon, or what are you looking for, brother? No. I don't want to mess with them. I want to keep the good vibes. But he's also got a presentation at work today. He's got all sorts of stuff going on today. But he's a man with a plan. Where's your stop at, Nathan? Over the high? What? I'm going to try to guess. Nathan's stop is 42. I know, I keep missing it. What is your response? Copy and paste it if you don't mind. Sorry. I just want a trade plan. Any more trades, Jim? No. Okay, fine, Christian. I'll go look and find your response while I wait to see if this rising wedge. I don't see any responses. I just want to see your script or your calculator. I just want to see it in action. That's all I want. Yeah, I don't see any replies. I've scrolled up pretty high too. I need it to fall. Just something for work. He was telling me about it, that he's been working hard on. Hey, Clay, can you show the 5-minute again? There's the 5-minute. Well, I do not know why. Is your time frame the 2-minute? If you're like, yeah, it's on the 2-minute, then I have no idea why your candles would look different than mine. My guess is you're not on the 2-minute time frame. All right, here we go. Again, I'm not going to take it on this candle. I want to see it consolidate out just slightly before I... No. I like this, but it's over my head. See you back in the days. Best of luck. See you soon anyway. I'll probably change. What's over your head? Man, this lower trend line is doing work. It is doing work, which makes me think all the more that if it fails, it could get pretty juicy. I know, dump it. No, well, not quite yet, but if you do decide to dump it, fine. Again, Christian, I'm still waiting for your answer. When do we get a trade plan from you? You said you've told me 5 times, and then I said, okay, can you copy and paste? You gave me a smiley face, and then it's been silence. I want to see this in action. Your multiple confluence, whatever that said, it sounded really cool. Yeah, the problem, Ace, is that Jim owes me a whole lot of donuts. Well, to get to straight to the point, my confluence calculator only triggers 10 times Oh, per month. Okay, so you're not really a day trader then, Christian, is what you're saying. Fair enough if it only triggers 10 times per month. But yeah, that would not be enough for anybody to, you did not behave how I wanted it to behave, but once again, the rising wedge delivers. Now, depending on your strategy, if you're a scalpy scalper, then yeah, that's a win. That is plenty of movement for a scalpy scalper. Now, if you're somebody that wants bigger movements, maybe you need it to come down a little bit more. But hopefully you're starting to bring your stop down a little bit. But the rising wedge, I feel stupid now in hindsight. But I can visualize what I would have loved to have seen, and it just didn't give it to me. There we go. Give me a 2 if the rising wedge is paying you right now. Give me a 2. Please tell me that some of you actually took the rising wedge. And because you're independent thinkers, you thought a little bit differently than I did. So you're like, I disagree, Clay. I'm getting in now. Casey, Peach, Bill, Nero, Nathan, IB Trading, Creole, Zach, Ket Payne, Hoover, let's go. Daniel, love to see it. Loyal Wiz, Max, Brian, let's go. Woohoo! Jim, please tell me you played it. Please tell me you're in payout territory. Please. What a joke that was on the bounce, but still plenty of wiggle room regardless. From the break right there, about 23. Yeah, plenty of room. Hey, thanks, Bill. 10. What do you mean you played it for 10 bucks? All right, I can't do this anymore. I can't. I tried to bet. I'm just, Jim, I think this is how Eagles do it. I'm pretty sure Eagle moms, they just push their kids out of the nest and they're like, you'll start flying. I hereby publicly vow that I'm going to Mama Eagle mode. Jim is shoved out. Done. Nothing more I can do for the guy. Nothing more I can do. Fly away, Jim. Fly to payout territory. Yeah, hyperscalps is kind of probably a good word for it. I'm seeing if I'm being too harsh. It broke at basically 22 and 23. No, I don't expect anybody to play anything perfectly, but 22 down to 08. That's a 14-point move. How do you only make 10 bucks on a 14-point move? Like, let's just say he gets half of the move. So 7 points. How do you only make 10 bucks on a 7-point move? I don't think I'm being too harsh. Jim marches to the beat of his own drum. So, Mama Eagle, whoosh, fly away, brother. Fly away. But the 50 period moving average rained on the parade, and then hey, surprise, surprise, our good friend the 21 EMA once again. That's where the party essentially stopped. Kamish, if you watch my live trade videos that I do a playlist of, where I record myself sometimes trading in the morning session, that would answer those questions. What might Trump... Oh, yeah. Do we have confirmation that Trump is speaking? And if so, yeah, what is he discussing? If anybody knows. Just fly. Do your thing, Jim. Do your thing. I got nothing left, man. I have no comments on other people because I do not know other people. I do my own thing, kids. Kids go. That doesn't mean these other people are bad or terrible. It just means I do my own thing. I don't have comments. I don't follow anybody enough to have any sort of thought at all. Again, doesn't mean that they're bad. It just means I've always done that over the years. I have my own podcast. I've been asked many times over the years, hey, will you be on my podcast? And I don't know, maybe it makes me a jerk. I'm not sure. But I just do my own thing. Just do my own thing. So no, I do not know anybody else to really have a thought on them. I do remember though, way back in the day, like Wall Street, what was that show? There was the show that made Tim Sykes famous. What was that? Wall Street. What was that show that got Tim Sykes famous? Does anybody remember that from back in the day? Why am I not live trading at 9:8? Because I have a paying community, and my loyalty lies with the paying community. They get my utmost attention. The paying members do at 9:30. That's why. What was that show? It's going to bother me now. Wall Street. Wall Street Millionaire? Was it Wall Street Warriors? Was that it? Yes, yeah, it was it. Yeah, so this is the one thing that was still kind of crazy. It was a good show. Yeah, 2000, yeah, that's, man, a blast from. Anyways, Tim Sykes was on that show, and I remember like, okay, that's cool, blah, blah. And I don't know, like what, a couple years later, that he was talking trash to me on Twitter. I'm like, is this real? Is this dude like talking trash to me? So I eventually blocked. I don't know. He's been blocked on my Twitter for who knows how long. Years at this point. But even to be fair to him, the only impressions I really got from him were developed based on that show. So I'm not saying anything negative about him. He's just the only one that kind of a funny story. Like I was watching him on this like reality TV show. And then before I know it, I don't even remember what he was saying, making fun of me on Twitter or something. So I was like, all right, well, I'm not here for the drama, block. I trade micros and minis, both. Wall Street Soy Boys, that'd be the show you're on, Jim. Jim, I don't know what to... Okay. If you just go to claytrader.com, all that stuff is there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he does talk. But like I said, I'm not going to say anything negative. The only thing all I remember is like his mom was doing his laundry for him. That's like one of the things I always remember. I don't know if that's still the case, but that is just the one thing that I remember. I do give him credit, though. He tried to build a hedge fund. I don't think it worked out. But hey, you know what? That's cool. That's cool that he tried. No shame there. Don't block that. Use this marketing. Oh, no. I mean, this was like, I don't know, 15 years ago. I just checked. The Wall Street Warriors, it was out in 2006. So almost 20 years ago. Yeah, 2 seasons, 2006. Pretty cool show, though. I might go back and watch it sometime. They show like they'll show a hedge fund, they'll show individual traders, they'll show like, so it was interesting. Now we had a vast discussion on it yesterday, Ace Trades. That is the one pitfall where if you can't hang out every day, you miss out on key bits of context like that. Yeah, we had a big conversation about soy yesterday. Look at this though. Look at it just, I mean, absolutely. Oh, how did that happen? I mean, just this textbook stuff. When areas are broken, they tend to, act as resistance. So now this former support line right there, look at it. It's just boom, 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 boom. Resistance one time after another after another. It's good stuff there, folks. Have to admit, I thought it was going to break down further. Yeah, it did have a lot of momentum, but it's always a give and take with the rising wedge because they're usually occurring in the upwards environments. So there's usually there's stumbling blocks along the way. Here was the 50 period, and then as I showed on the 5 minute, you had the 21 EMA. This market is crawling. Need it. Why? Why, Jim? What do you need a Trump tweet for? So a candle can move 200 points and then you can make $5 on it? Is that what you need a Trump tweet for? You should, trader. Check out the soybean futures. Maybe that's what Jim should be trading. Okay. Oh, I did that. So I kid you not. I sent Jim a text privately. And I was like, hey, man, GC, go 3 GC. Just get aggressive. I'm liking it. 257. Where was that? Yeah, right here, right here. Yes. So the mark was here. I was like, hey, man, right here. And he'll verify because he won't lie. He'll tell everybody that I text him. I said 457, 3 GC. You're short. I mean, that's an area where you don't need a lot, and that'll push you into payout territory. Look at that. It came up 257, went up as high as 261.5. I'm not saying he would have to play it perfectly, but that movement right there, he's in payout territory. So I like legitimately, I was trying to help the guy. Like I even sent him a private text as a friend. Hey man, I really like that setup. Did you take it? No. So that's what I mean. And now he's lying. I was taking the kids to daycare. No, you're trying to make me look like the bad guy by saying that. You told me, that's not what you told me at first. And you know that's not what you told me. So anyways, for the record, before you accuse me of being a jerk towards Jim, like I genuinely tried. So he's got to go out there on his own. Honestly, you two have a twisted, oh, it's very twisted. That's an understatement. Twisted is not a strong enough word. Yes, Godson's cool, man. I like people like Godson. He just showed up yesterday. He's getting to know the environment. He's getting to know the people, and now he's learning truths about Jim. As Godson just said, too much soy. It could tie. But I just want to back up my claims. Like my frustration is coming from a place of like I tried to. I want him to get a payout, and I was like, hey man, here you go. And then he doesn't even take it. Yeah, that is true, Kevin. But anyways, Jim's just gonna march to his own little drum. I am still interested though in this upward trend line here. So if it does want to make a push up there, might take a swing at it up there. I'm not going to call you crazy if you're thinking like a long. If you're thinking like a long, somewhere right around there, that could be a key breakout point. But I'm gonna stay a little bearish bias for now. Long 623, stop 610. Albert, I'm gonna throw this back at you. This is the logic I operate from. That Albert, you would know your strategy and rules way better than I ever could. So with that established, what I'm gonna ask you is, well, I don't know, Albert. What does your strategy say? What do your rules say? If your strategy and rules say that a long at 623 and a stop is good, then I think go with that. Because again, I'm not arrogant enough to think that I know your own strategy and your own rules better than you do. So what do your rules say about what you just asked me? That is how I'll answer that, Albert. I think that is the most intellectually honest way to go about that. Soy futures taking off. Jimbo buying truckloads. Could be. Again, I don't think you're crazy if you're going long here. I can see it. I don't probably have the same confidence level you do, but I'm definitely not going to call you crazy. And at this exact moment in time, well, for a moment there, it's looking like that was a smart thing to do. All right, we are waiting and waiting. Do you ever sell credit spreads? I don't. I mean, I've done it in the past, but selling options, I mean, definitely can have very high win rates. There's no doubt about that. But like in the world of selling options, some of these things might be right. You might have like a 95% probability of profit type thing. But man, if they go wrong big time. What is the pink line? The pink line right here is the 200 period simple moving average. The purple line here is the 50 period simple moving average. The orange line here is the previous session's close. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. Maybe a short up around this upper trend line. You're welcome, Cool On. Congrats to anybody that was getting long down around here. It's looking like you chose wisely. He chose poorly. Credit spreads have defined risk. No, yeah, they have defined risk, but my point is, if one of those so the risk is always like $1,600. So that is the defined risk, $1,600. But if you're right, your max is like $300. It's just a very backwards risk reward. But yes, naked options is true. That is where that gets even more risky. But selling options, again, I'm not saying it's not a profitable way to go about the markets. I'm just saying that's something that I always kind of struggled with. All right, I'm looking at a defined risk of $1,500, and I'm taking on that risk to make maybe $400. Now, granted, you might have a 90% chance of it working out, but it's just when that 10% doesn't work out where it can get challenging, I guess we'll use. I passed my eval based on some of your inputs. Well, cool. Good job. Congrats. How come when I go get in a trade, it goes the other way? Because you've discovered the Holy Grail. The final step in your Holy Grail process is whatever you think you should do the opposite. And then after you do that, I want you to consider inviting me and my family on a private jet to one of the islands you will soon be purchasing. So yeah, you have literally discovered the Holy Grail with that one minor tweak. Okay, I should go long. Just go short then. Just go short. Dang, this looks like a great short. Go long. Go long. I'll take you on a vacation to Iowa. That would be amazing. I think this is good enough. I think this is significant enough to actually get out here to keep an eye on now. Can we make that look different? Oh, we can. Let's try that. Let me cook real quick. Oh, look at that. Now we got a little bit of difference here. So we still have our overarching trend line, but we got this near term area right there. Oh, I'm cooking now. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and delete that out, Christian, because I don't like those three letters. It makes me not warm and fuzzy. All right. Well, if you think looking for a breakout there, like I am bearish bias still, looking for potential short at this upward trend line. But I could see some people may be interested in a short right here. Maybe some people are looking to play a breakout, but I know what I'm looking for. So right now I'm just trying to be patient and wait. Thinking of a short at 644. And where would your stop be? Oh, man. So is chiropractor a scam or no? And this is coming from somebody whose wife and kids goes to the chiropractor. But I don't know, maybe this is a very spicy topic. It depends. These are the things we get into. I just throw out grenades like that while I'm waiting to see for the price to get up to a certain level. Yeah. Oh, whoop, whoop, whoop. All right, here we go. Let's see. No. Please don't tell me that's going to be the move. Yeah. Oh. Doggone it. To be fair, even if I had anticipated it, that move, even if I had an order sitting out there, it would have been like right there. So I would not have been filled anyways. But man, the power of tread lines, that would have been a beautiful scalp. Maybe it'll give him another chance here, but yeah. Your answers are kind of what I've seen out there quite a bit too. It seems like I know it's a question that people can have strong opinions on. I don't know what to think about it. Well, I guess I do not go to the chiropractor, so that's kind of my thoughts, but if someone advertised themselves as a trading guru but didn't have a broker account, would you trust them? I would seek out anybody that they've trained. Like, show me the people that you've taught to trade. Let me see how they behave. That's what I would care most about. I don't know what the logical fallacy is, but there's a logical fallacy in there. It goes something like, if you want to, if you have two people, one of them's Tom Brady and the other one is, Tim the quarterback, who's gonna teach you to throw a football? Now, most people are like, well, Tom Brady. No, I don't think so. I think the right way to go about that is, well, let's see both people's students. Because it's very possible that Tom Brady may be a great quarterback, but a terrible teacher and coach. Whereas the other guy, yeah, he's not a Tom Brady, but I don't know. He's just a really good teacher and coach. So I don't want to see the data. Like, well, let's see the people you've worked with. I'm picking the person that's the best that has produced the best quarterbacks. Right? Who was it? Larry Bird? Remember when he got into coaching? He lasted for what, like 2 seasons or something? Terrible coach. And then you look at I don't know, who's one of the greatest college football players ever? I don't know. Name somebody. Somebody that you're probably not going to name, though, is Nick Saban. You're probably not going to name Nick Saban as one of the greatest college football players ever. But coach, hey, he can produce as a coach. Yeah, anyways, my point is you probably weren't going to name Nick Saban. Rudy. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a logical fallacy of kind of like appealing to authority, right? It makes sense why people think that, like, well, if I'm going to learn how to throw a football, then I'm going to Tom Brady. It's like, okay, no, because you are assuming that he is actually, he knows how to throw a football, but you're assuming he would be good at teaching you how to throw a football. Whereas, Billy Bob, the quarterback coach, who's that? But then you look at his students and they're all throwing tight spirals. Okay. But then, Tom Brady's students are all throwing wobbly ducks. Bird took his team to the final. Is that true? As a coach, he took the Pacers to the finals. Maybe that was a poor analogy on my part then. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Poor analogy on my part. He did. He took his team to the NBA Finals. Okay. Okay. That was a bad analogy then. No, I'm not talking about Bird as a player. I was talking about him as a coach for my analogy. But, Jack, yes. Bad analogy then. Larry Bird is apparently a good player and a good coach, which is kind of rare. Short here? I don't know if you think it's a good short. Nick Saban doesn't need anyone to use code Clay. Or to use code Nick. I don't think Nick Saban worked for free. I'm pretty sure he had massive contracts. I could be wrong on that, though. I thought that Nick Saban was paid millions upon millions of dollars to do his thing. I might be wrong, though. Hey, it's Gondol. I have no idea how I even got on that topic. Something about chiropractors. How we ended up from chiropractors to that, I have no idea. But all I know is I learned that Larry Bird actually took his team to the finals. Do I have him confused with somebody else? I don't know. Do you have a resistance level above? Wait. Why does your name look familiar? Have you been here before, Jack? Do we have a little bit of a bumpy pat? Why do I remember your name? Or why do I think I remember your name? We got there because you were answering a question about finding a teacher. Yeah, but how did I get on that topic though? I think it all started from the chiropractor discussion. Elite athletes do not make great teachers. Right, yeah. I know I saw something like, well, so-and-so was a player. Fair, that's fair. But I was talking about more so like the people at the cream of the crop. Like, I'd love to see Tom Brady coach. Like, I would think that he would be a good offensive coordinator. Or like a Peyton Manning. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to just be like, okay, I'm hiring him. It's like, well, what happens if we have this other guy that has proven results? Like, maybe he wasn't a player or he was a player, but like nobody heard of him. He lasted in the league for like a year. I've been here before. Yeah, but why do I recognize your name? I don't know why I recognize it though. I'm not saying it's for bad reasons, but it's like, I don't know. Have we interacted before, Jack? This is the story of Captain Jack Sparrow. Of course he would be great. Oh, brother. Yeah, I'd agree with that, Godson. Yep. right, well, I'm going to get rid of this trend line. It's gotten pretty much just, so I don't think that trend line really pertains anymore. Maybe along down on the dotted yellow line here, some sort of maybe breakout, back test and go, break, come down, go, something like that, maybe, kind of, sort of, in theory. It's like those who can do and those who can't teach. Right, yeah, yep. I think if I remember back, my only point was like, it's a logical fallacy to think because they were good at what they did, they will therefore be good at teaching. I was like, no, I don't think the world works like that quite. Again, it's not like you're stupid for thinking that, but I think it's a logical fallacy because you're building in the assumption that just because somebody is good at something, that means they would be good at communicating and teaching and being patient enough and being able to explain what they're good at, which is, I would argue, a different skill set. How do you fix the gold chart being broken? You have to change the contracts, James. That was me last week. You've got to go to the newer gold contracts. All right, here we go. Maybe a pullback here. Or not a pullback, but maybe a long. Zero chance Mozart could teach someone. Well, maybe. I don't know. What makes you say that? Was he I don't know. I know who Mozart is, but was he known as like a super grumpy thing? Human? Can't believe I just called Mozart a thing. All right, here we go. If it wants to come down to the green line and then start to pop back up, I'm going to take a swing at it long. So there you go. Get down through the yellow line here. Look for maybe a little fake break of this yellow line. Well, don't bounce right off of it. Yeah, I hear you, Christian. Okay, here we go. Yeah, no, I don't know. Am I being too picky? I think I'm being too... No. The reason why I'm hesitating and the reason why I wanted to hit that level, because if it hits that level, that is the low. That way I could put my stop not only below the low of the candle, but also below the 21 EMA. But right now, as it stands, if I would have gotten filled there and I put my stop below the low of the candle, well, now I'm right up above the 21 EMA. And that's not a spot I want my stop to be. But had it come down there and then just bounce off of the 21 EMA, now I have a clean-cut stop. My stop makes perfect sense. Not only am I below the low of the candle, I'm also below the 21 EMA. But because it bounced a little too soon, I had a predicament on my hands. Yeah, I think Mozart was deaf. Everybody better know who Captain Jack Sparrow is, though. Doggone it. Well, congrats if anybody bought that dotted yellow line. I suppose in hindsight, in hindsight, I did get a little bit too high maintenance. But at the same time, that's easy for me to say now in hindsight. Had me getting high maintenance prevented me from having from helping me avoid a losing trade, I'd be all for it. But as I've said, hey, sometimes waiting for confirmation will also cause you to miss out on winning trades. I don't know why, but I have not been looking at this number at all. And when I just looked at it, I was expecting to see a way bigger number. We're only up technically 40 points on the day right now. It seems like it'd be way more than that because it seems like we've just been in this uptrend for quite a while. But apparently I got a little detached from reality there. Beethoven was deaf, not Mozart. Was Mozart... Oh, wait, what movie am I thinking of? Amadeus. What movie was Amadeus about? I think that was Mozart, wasn't it? Y-axis is only 10 points. True. Good point. Yeah, good point, Nathan. Yeah, that too. I keep kind of discounting that the opening part right here really kind of skewed things. So the market has, for the most part, been spending a whole lot of time just, or in fact, yeah, grinding back to get all those gains back. Yeah, there we go. That's what threw me off. I was not factoring in that enough. No, Mozart was not deaf. The misconception was that he was deaf. Often comes from confusing him with Ludwig van Plasma. Did you use Chat GPT? ATR is really slowed down. Yeah, that makes sense, Bob. That's what is nice about the live stream. I mean, I have to be careful. Some things like you'll ask for a counterbalance and you'll get like 18 stories. Like, is so and so speaking today, and you'll get like 40 different responses. Well, it says things like this. It's like, okay, yeah, good point. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Oh yeah, that's a good point. So then now it makes so much more sense in my mind why this number is not bigger green than what it should be. I kind of just got turned around and lost perspective. I'm gonna just go watch Gulp. Oh, gonna go up. Just watch Gulp. Okay, here we go. He's a little nervous. Are you long, Speedy Rick? Ooh. Okay. Where's your stop at? Uh-oh. I'm getting long right there. We finally have some real movement. I mean, this has been a 15-point drop, so if you define real movement as 15-point moves, then yes, I suppose we have. But if you're like Jim and you're like, no, I need a Trump tweet for real movement, I need those 80-point candles so I can make 3 points on them, then yeah, no, this is not real movement. It just depends. Okay. Coming down. Again, looking to get long at the green line. I'm in. I'll take that quick little scalpy scalp. Scalpy scalp. All right, don't get cocky, boy. Don't get cocky, boy. All right, I got to calm down. Oh boy, I'm cocky right now. Look at me. Look at me. I am cocky right now. So I got to take a step back. Take a step back. We were talking about voices earlier. I don't know about you, but I have the cocky voice. I have the voice that shows up and is like, yeah, good call. You nailed that bottom. Now let's go. I got to be careful when that shows up. It showed up right now. Boy, I feel like I could. Isn't trading weird? Like 90 minutes ago, my confidence was wrecked. Remember when I was on that 3 trade losing streak? I'm talking about I have to rebuild confidence, and now look at me. Now I'm having to chill out because I'm too confident. It's better than the whiny voice? Well, I don't know. I guess it depends which one does more destruction. I suppose for some people, maybe the cocky voice is more destructive. Other people, maybe the whiny voice is more destructive. The woe is me voice can be very, very harmful. Because the woe is me voice can turn into I don't even care. And then you just tilt. You just YOLO. So everybody's a little different. So for plasma, it seems like the whiny voice is the worst one. You made $0 on that trade. What makes you think I made $0 on that trade? To be fair, you get in for those 80 points moves and it goes against you with no stop, so you're a green 1 point. So when you're a green 1 point, you take it for a great. To be fair, you get in those 80-point moves and it goes against you with no stop loss. So when you are green 1 point, oh, I see what you're saying. I think I see what you're saying. No, that's not true. That guy's name has been here many times before. There's no way that that's what he's looking at. There's no way he does not know how to read my screen. I refuse to believe that, Godson. There's no way that can actually be the case. There's no way. I refuse, for my own sanity's sake, to believe that that is actually what just happened there. Why don't you take... Oh, who is that one guy? Who was that? Elbert, I think. Was it Elbert? We had somebody that was like showed up first time on like the Black Friday last week. And I know you're just joking, but he was just like, hey, man. Like, so for example, and whatever, bless their hearts. Everybody's new at some point. He's like, hey, man, why don't you get long like right there? That's what he would have asked. It's like, well, brother, I understand right now in hindsight, that's like the obvious thing to have done. But like in the heat of the moment, it's just not quite that easy. G Ford Trading. What made you think that I only made $0 on that last trade? No, I do realize it looked like a total dent for scalping. But again, at the time, you have to remember that I was buying in the face of this falling knife. No. You were not asking how much. You said you made $0 on that trade. So again, my question still stands. What made you think that I made $0 on the trade? Trump will be speaking soon. Well, see, you have a faulty premise. You presume that Trump will be on time, and that's not. I suppose it happens, but a game we like to play around here is guess when Trump will speak. So if it's 2:30, I'll start off the game. I'm going to say he speaks at 2:43. Gurman. Hey, thanks, Gurman. I appreciate that. You're feeding hungry kids. I appreciate you using Code Clay. Code Clay feeds hungry kids. I have 6 kids, and I assure you, they are hungry. So Code Clay goes to a good cause. 3:12. 35 minutes. Okay, G4 trading. If you're not going to engage with me, then I'm not. Why would I engage with you? You're not discussing anything in good faith. I am truly trying to understand so I can maybe improve the way I explain things. Why did you think I only made $0 on that trade? Whoa, that got a little spicy. Jensen Huang. Who's that? Should I know? Is that like South Korea's president or something? I think that's the South, or is that a Chinese name? Oh, it's NVIDIA CEO? What country of origin is he from, though? Is that South Korean? I don't know, Plasma. I don't know how much I made. But you can scroll back and do the math. Clay, I'm on my 3rd reset. Best. Oh yeah, 3rd reset's nothing. As long as you're learning, Rhett, that's what matters. All right, have a good one, Godson. I appreciate you dropping that mic on Jim's head. That was great. I do not know how much I made on that trade, but the way to figure that out is before I took that trade, look at that number and see where it was. And so I really don't remember, but that is how you would figure that out. I'm pretty sure that number went higher though, which is why well, I guess I can't say for sure, but I'm very confident that that number was higher after I made that scalping trade. That is how you would figure that out. But I do not know because I do not remember what number that was at before I took the trade. Again, I don't trade P&L. I'm just trading the chart. I made 30 on it. Gotcha. Not bad for 2 seconds. Isn't that kind of like trading is such a scam though? Like $30 in 2 seconds, that's $15 a second. That is wild. Clay, I passed 4 evals, but blew all 4 funded. I keep forgetting to size down, but still happy I'm feeding hungry kids. Well, I think you answered your question, Kent. If I'm understanding right. Again, I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I know I have a track record of being sarcastic at times, but I'm not. I think the answer is to stop forgetting to size down. That would be my advice based on your own assessment, which sounds like a good assessment. My advice would be to start to remember to size down. Or said another way, stop forgetting to size down. I made 15 an hour as an engineer. No, you didn't. There's no way you made $15 an hour as an engineer. I can't buy the breakout. I can't do it. If it crept up a little slower, fine. But man, that seems like a chase at this point. Hindsight will be my judge. Is a joke. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Travis. My bad. My bad. That's on me. That's on me. Sometimes I lose track of things. I lose track of the humor. As of right now, I feel good about not buying the breakout. But to be fair to anybody that bought the breakout, maybe this is just a slight little pullback before it pushes back up. We still have an upward trend line. On the 5 minute, that will kick it down. Dude, Neil, don't start. Don't start, Neil. That will kick it down or that might kick it down, Neil? Will or might? The timeout button will depend on what word you choose. There you go. Thank you, Neil. That's better. That's the intellectually humble Neil that I remember. There you go. All right, we're good, Neil. I think I want to buy that breakout. Maybe I'm a baboon. But this is looking interesting here. Maybe I wait for it to clear all of this. So if I, let's see. Let me, if I just risk. So if I get in here, 51, and just put my stop down here. Yeah, I'll risk 5 points on it. Maybe we can, there we go. All right, I'm going to look for there to push up, and I'm going to risk just about 4 points on it. So this is one where if it fills me, it needs to get going. I'm not going to let it chop around. I'll give it about 4 points of wiggle room. So that's the plan. Let's see if we can get some sort of breakout of all of this. But I want to see it clear up through the yellow line first. I suppose just in case it spikes, I better throw out a couple limit orders just in case. Not that I'm thinking it'll fill me and then go straight up to there, but you never know. You never know. Maybe it decides all of a sudden to spike. So I don't want to miss out on those opportunities. But here we go. Hey, do we got 12 more likes out there? That would push us up to that great milestone of 200 likes. So if you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form, And if you're willing to hit that like button, please do so. It does help. Little small things like that actually make quite the difference. Okay, here we go, maybe. Again, I'm looking to get long at the green line. Trying to anticipate a break of these highs here. All right, once again, the trend line still being kind of grumpy. Hey, there we go. 201. I'm glad I asked. Thank you, everybody. Always a good milestone. I know I am buying in front of these resistances here, but I'm trying to gauge kind of this little area as confirmation that the sellers have been cleared out. Doesn't mean that they have been. Anyone know what? Ronnie, I think you might have hit send too soon. Anyone? Oh, what? I don't know. That is a good question. Sorry, hit enter too soon. No problem. It happens. All right, have a good one, iSpire. I'll talk to my wife about the haircut. Trump is promoting to... The crazy thing is, there's probably at least one person in here that believes you right now. Again, I am waiting to get long at the green line, but only willing at that point. I want to see it try to clear up through the selling right now. But right now, it seems like the sellers are winning out, so maybe no trade. Tried doing the opposite of what I was thinking and still went the other way. Well, then you didn't do it right. Something's wrong then. Why do I think price will skyrocket now? I don't know. That sounds like a question for you, brother. Correct. Do the opposite of what you were thinking. All right, here we go. Here we go. Maybe, maybe, maybe. It's skyrocketed or just a bounce to profit from? Is it okay? You got a typo in there, Neil. All right. Maybe. Get close. Okay, it got close once again, but yeah, this area continues to kind of present congestion. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Green Trumpard. I'm starting to get the feeling that this thing's going to come up here, fill me, and then snap right back down. In fact, I'm going to go with that instinct. I'm going to go with that. Something doesn't seem right now. I do want to paper trade it, though. So there we go. My entry point was basically right there. So let's see how it would have turned out if I get filled. All right, I'd be filled. Okay, here we go. Are my spidey senses right, or did I have some bad Mexican food last night? We're gonna find out. So my ego wants to see this thing come right back down. I don't want to look stupid. Please tell me, spidey senses, that you were right, because I totally would have been filled there. So my ego is like, come on down, brother. Please help me look smart, right? That's a live stream voice. Please come down. Please come down. Don't look like an idiot. Now, if you did go long, did anybody go long? If so, I will cheer against myself. I will cheer for it to go up. Is anybody long? Go one. Is that long or short? This was a long that I was going to take. Is anybody long right now? If so, I will actually, okay, I'll cheer for it to go up. Fair enough. Even though it'll make me look totally stupid, I'll cheer for it to go up. Come on. Let's get some follow through here, boys. No. Up. Up. If it goes up, I will double my position at 62. Roger that. Well, Miss K, I am not in. My spidey senses just were like, that doesn't seem right anymore. But now knowing that there are people that are long, I'll cheer for my. Okay, this candle here would have me cracking walnuts. But to be fair, just because it pulled back a little bit doesn't mean it did anything wrong per se. It's just not the most ideal of breakouts. Again, I'm cheering against my ego voice. Again, I have no problem admitting I want to look smart here. I want to look very smart for canceling that buy order out. But knowing that some of you are long, I will hope that my spidey senses were indeed incorrect. And it was because of that Taco Bell I had last night. Again, I'm still not going to say it's done anything wrong per se, but if it starts to drop below that 21 EMA, that's where the things start to look really squirrely. Again, not looking great, but I'm still wouldn't say I'd give up on it totally, but okay, now things are looking very squirrely, very, very rough. Again, you all have to know where your own stop losses are at, but yeah, it's definitely getting down to that territory where like you're just completely holding and hoping. I'm not saying it's there yet, but gee. You love Taco Bell? Me too. It's been a while since I've had it though. I can't afford it anymore. Again, to be fair, yeah, not breaking below the 21 EMA, not the greatest, but it's still above, that low, still above that low. So I can see people still trying to weather the storm. I don't think there's a seventh kid on the way right now. If there is, that would be news to me. Taco Bell equal hog slop? Well, then I like hog slop. I'm wondering if I now want to go long here instead. Oh, if it keeps dropping down, then never. Yeah, this is just seeming shaky, but. Yeah. Like I said, some just isn't. It's just something feels off right now. And to be fair, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but Spidey senses have been pretty good so far, right? I was gonna buy there, I decided against it, and yeah, I would have been filled, and then would have had a. I don't know if I probably would have sat. That would have stopped me out because I wasn't gonna give. How much of a move down was that? 50 down. Oh yeah, I would have been stopped out. So that would have been a losing trade for me. I don't even think I would have given it 10 points, but the fact that it went 10 points definitely means that it would have been a losing trade for me. It would have filled me, and then that move there would have taken me out. If you're still in, then good. Good for you. You're weathering the storm. I hope it works out for you. But yeah, now seeing all that and realizing, yeah, my spidey senses were indeed on, as that would have been a losing trade. So now for those of you that are still in, I'm still cheering for you. Doucher, I'm not sure what that is. Korean salad. Oh, kimchi. It's been a long time since I've had kimchi. I'm long, but I swing since this morning. Goodness. Yeah, we are just different traders. I could not imagine being in a day trade for 6 hours. Again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that we're all different, and we're definitely different. Trump speaks in 9 minutes. I don't suggest a trade. Well, Fabio, here's the problem with that statement. You have a built-in assumption that Trump actually is on time. And if I were a betting man, I say he does not speak in 9 minutes because I bet he's late. I think the only question in this scenario is how late will he be? You got caught on that dip? What? No, I didn't get caught on anything. I was going to buy right here for several minutes. I was waiting, and then I was like, something doesn't feel right. So I canceled my order, but I did put that line up there just to see, to paper trade what would have happened. And yeah, what would have happened was I would have been filled, and then that move down would have stopped me out. What's up, Clay? It was a tough day today. Looks like you made it well. I'm trying to dig out from this morning. Only 20 in the hole now. How big was the hole? There's probably a prop. Oh, yeah, there probably is. Like on Polymarket or whatever. You got to think that Polymarket would have, at what time is he going to speak or just how late. But thank you, Will Fabio. Kidding aside, I appreciate that. But yeah, I don't know if he's necessarily going to be on time. If he is, though, I would agree. Although it sounds like we know what he's speaking on. Does anybody know what he's... I'm kidding, Anthony. He's speaking on something about emissions. None of my pivots worked. Just tanked the market this morning. I will say the lack of it wanting to come down does start to pique my interest again. Because to give credit's due, there does seem to be some buyers down here. But knowing that I'll hop in long, Trump will actually be on time. He'll say something really bad, and then I go on tilt, and then all this green turns to red, and then I blow the account, and then I leave the live stream. I go kick the dog, even though we don't have a dog. Omissions from Taco Bell. Taco Bell, the Spidey sense has been good today. What trading platform is this? 2 layers. Layer number 1, I am in a prop firm. I trade through a prop firm because the math suggests that's the smartest way to go about it from a risk management standpoint. So the prop firm I am using is Take Profit Trader, and then through that prop firm, I am using Tradeovate. So if you want to do exactly what I'm doing, step 1, sign up for Take Profit Trader. That's what the link at the top of the screen is. And then during the sign-up process, they'll ask you what platform you want to use. And again, I'm using Tradeovate. Clay kicks one of the kids' teddy bears when he's mad. No, usually I trip over one. Or step on a Lego. Do Trump's speeches ever result in a spike and not a dump? Yeah, I think they've gone both ways. Short or long for Trump? Neither. I will not be in. That's gambling at that point. I ain't here to gamble. I'm here to try to find edges. Proud owner of the quality goes in before the name goes on. Plasma, okay. Okay, longs. For those of you that weathered the storm, are you about to get paid here? I think you might be. Oh, don't do that to him again. Do not hope. Come on, do not have this be a false hope for him. I think you might be okay. Is anybody else still long? Did anybody else weather that storm, or did people stop out? Gondol's still long? Okay. Speedy's still long. Okay, a couple guys weathered that storm. Very good. Nah, it will come back down. Like for sure, Abel? Like you know that for a fact? You think it will come back down or it will come back down, Abel? Did you want to clarify that statement? Yeah, 21's doing a good job. It will. Okay. So if it doesn't come back down, then I can ban you then from the channel, right, Abel? Because I don't want liars around. I want a culture of not liars. So if it doesn't come back down, that would make you a liar. So Abel, are we good? I can ban you then if it doesn't come back down? Yes, you can ban me. All right. I think I might ban him anyways, just because I have zero tolerance for just people like that. Which we've learned he does not, what was it? Patient Trader's daughter is a psychoanalyst. And I asked him, can you ask her, what's up with people like Abel that want to be able to do the I told you so? So they make those claims so that they can come back and say, I told you so. And I was like, well, can you ask your daughter why people do that? And the answer was, people like that do not know how to self-validate themselves. Therefore, they're seeking validation from others. So Abel, you need to go out there and learn how to self-validate. I don't know if you're working a dead-end job and you think your bosses should acknowledge you better, validate you more. I mean, that is true. There you go. Abel, you're gone, boy. That is why you don't be like an Abel. Because then you put yourself at risk of looking like an absolute clown. Unbelievable. What a dent. That's the problem with not being able to self-validate. Now, to be fair, he was a coward, so he never actually, he didn't give us any details. So he could be like, well, no, I said it will come down, and look, it came down right there. So technically speaking, yeah, goodbye. See you later, Abel. Learn how to self-validate, buddy. That way you don't look like a clown. What a dent. I'll just put him in timeout. We'll give him 30 minutes. Maybe he wants to come back with an attitude change. Like, I know some people don't believe when I say this, but like, I really do want every single one of you to succeed in life. I truly do. A great way to not succeed in life is to behave like that. When you show up to an environment that is not a guarantee, and then you start to act like things are a guarantee and that you know what the guarantee is. Because then when that doesn't happen, you look like an absolute clown, like Abel. So don't be like that. Don't be like that. I have a very simple premise towards life. In order to succeed, be likable. That doesn't guarantee success, of course, but just being likable, you give yourself such a better chance. Therefore, ways that make you unlikable are bad. And what Abel just did is a way to make yourself unlikable. So don't be like that. Don't be like Abel. But it's not about it. Even if you're right, we know Abel was going to come back and say what? 3 words? Or is it 4? Sorry, I'm stupid. 4 words. What was Abel prepared? He probably had it locked in his keyboard. What were those 4 words going to be? He was going to come back and tell us 4 words. He was prepared to do it. Exactly. I told you so. And that still makes you unlikable. Nobody likes an I told you so. So like truly, Abel created a lose-lose for himself, which is why I was like, hey man, do you want to maybe rephrase what you meant? And he fell on that sword. No, it will. Be likable, please. I genuinely, I truly do. I want every one of you to succeed in life. I know sometimes people wonder, why is this guy such a spaz and get triggered? Because now some of it is for entertainment value, but not all of it. Some of it is genuinely because I want every one of you to succeed. And when I see people being absolute baboons, it drives me nuts. Because that is a premise. Now, maybe you reject my premise. Maybe you're like, no, it doesn't matter. You don't have to be likable. Fair enough. But I think if you are a likable person, it helps vastly in becoming successful in life. It will come down eventually someday. That is true. New term, dent. You never, oh man. I thought you've been, or maybe, no, Peach Pete might be new around here. I don't know. We've been using dent for what? A couple months now? Just don't be dented. If a car has a dent in it, not a good thing. Same thing as a trader or as a, don't be a dent. A sweep was very likely. Well, William, did you take advantage of the sweep? Did you go short up here? Did you go short somewhere? Dullard? Yeah, I'm too stupid to say dullard. I smell Kool-Aid. Man, so this level has gone right back to being that area of that yellow line. Well, to be fair though, anybody that survived this storm here, good job. You did have to be relatively quick on the trigger, but you got paid nicely there. Congrats. Well done. Yeah, my kids, 6 to 7 thing, that makes no sense. My kids were trying to explain it. Some of it, like at the, I don't know. I mean, yeah, we're all dense. We all have our dented moments. Don't get me wrong. But I am striving to be less and less of a dent every day. I don't always succeed. Sometimes I find myself arguing with people that are 13 years old and live in their mom's basement on a live stream. So that is me being a dent. But I am striving to get better. So right now, I don't know. Maybe I am a baboon, but I'm thinking of a long if this thing wants to come back up now. Wait. Is Trump speaking? Never mind. I keep forgetting about that. You were pretty rough a week or so ago. That's because I got people like Plasma Lab in my life. I'm learning to deal with the Plasma life, or the Plasma Labs of my life. I didn't have to call you out like that. I know, Reward. I'm sorry, man. You're also thinking to go long? Okay. I am not. I'm a little scared now because Trump's supposed to be speaking at any moment. So now it's kind of like one of those Monka-S moments. We have a Monka-S setup right now. What is this guy talking about? Well, let's learn about some gamer that I'm trying to bring over to trading terminology. Monka-S refers to a popular trick, blah, 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 depicting a nervous-looking Sweden pepperoni used. Wait, okay, here we go. Used to express fear, anxiety, or nervousness during tense moments. So yes, I'm not sure that anything could be better than to call this current moment when Trump could speak at any time a Monka-S situation. So we right now, folks, are in a Monka-S situation. Like the first time my wife ever talked to me, I was like, Monka-S. I think all of us gentlemen, if we're honest with ourselves, that's what we'll say the first time our wives talk to us. The first words out of her mouth was Monka-S. Tell us if your thoughts about a long. Why? Why, Jack? Why do you care about my thoughts? Oh, I remember, Jack. Yes, we did butt heads last week. That's who you are. Oh, my goodness, Jack. No wonder why you didn't want to tell me. Yeah, oh, I remember you now. Yes. All right, Jack. Now, okay. So I'm not crazy. That makes me feel better. Credibility. Jack, the fact that you were seeking out, dude. Yes, now I remember, Jack. Oh, okay. That feels good. Have you ever had one of those things where you're like, I can't quite put my finger on it? Like those things just, I think they drive us all up the wall. Like, what is it? I was having that with Jack. Now I remember. So, the world makes more sense now. He is talking right now? Okay. So, FYI, Trump is speaking right now. If that's something that you do factor into your trading decisions, if you try to avoid when Trump is talking, I know some of you are like, I don't care, brother. Then, yeah, don't worry about it. You're good. Wait, no, still waiting on him. Okay, here we go again. Hoover says he's talking energy. Versace says, yes, he's talking. Travis says, not yet. Oh. This is definitely one of the downfalls of live streaming is you ask, has the speech started? And you get 48 different answers. It's amazing. Yeah, we were talking about that, Dominican. Is that talk about two ends of the spectrum. We came from a president that was on like the never, ever, ever talks spectrum. And now we have a president that talks 87 times per day. Hey, thanks, Mega Man. Appreciate that. He's talking, but he's not saying anything. All right. I am watching the White House live feed, and he is not on yet, okay? Probably going to toot his own horn. No, what? What? Trump never brags. What are you talking about? What is the meaning of the two green lines? Oh, I'm sorry. You did not say two green lines. You just said two lines. Purple line here is the 50-period simple moving average. This one right here is the 21 exponential moving average. So 50-period SMA, 21-period EMA. Yeah, that's cool. Construction. Always fun to have people with various strategies. You speak so fast sometimes I think I got you at 3x. I have been told I speak too fast at times. I probably a more than fair accusation. I thought I heard Trump say he's wanted everyone to stop by Clay's. Yeah, Frost. Yeah, I think that's what he heard too. That is because our other installed president did well to speak a coherent. Yeah, we definitely have, two ends of the spectrum. Those moving. I don't know what that is. I heard that too. Karim, could you please draw some lines on charter? I will draw lines as soon as I see a line that I think is worth drawing. But right now, I don't necessarily see anything that I'm not saying there isn't. Maybe you see something like, no, Clay, I think a line should be there. Cool. I'm not seeing anything, though. So, but yes, I will draw lines if I see a line that I think makes sense. But that one up there I think makes sense. That does seem to be a general area of resistance right up there at 655. Moving averages do not look very helpful. Okay, well then don't use them. I don't know what to tell you. For some people, they're helpful. Other people don't use them. Sounds like Jack is on his way to not using moving averages. Cool. Cancel your limit orders. Do I have orders out there? Yeah, I think Frank would probably disagree with Jack. I mean, he does. Frank's... What? Did I just call you Frankie Frank? I did. To see, man, I have not talked about this video for a while, but today this is like the third time I've had to tag it. So yeah, if you want to see how I set up my platform, there you go, Daniel. Isn't that funny though, Frank? It's all in the eyes of the beholder. Jack, doesn't look like moving averages work at all. And Frank's like, dude, I've been buying long, scalp out, buy 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 long, scalp out. The 21 EMA. At the end of the day, hey, if you don't think they work, Jack, that's fine. But I know Frank would disagree, respectfully. You're welcome, Daniel. Yes, Jack. My dude. Yes. We heard you the second time. I almost wonder if Jack's a bot. Let me check out his channel real quick. Is he a bot? Let's see. Oh man, no, he's been around since 2015. What in the world? At the end of the day, Jack, you just got to do what works for you. If you don't think they look very helpful, then don't use them. No problem there. $10.40. No, they do not help me, Jack. I just put them on there because it makes me look smart. But no, I've never, people here never really hear me talk about the 21 EMA or the 50 period or the 200 period. Would you go long if we break 655 area? I don't know. Would you? Would you? Man, plasma's been holding for the past 18 hours. You're debating on it? I hear you. I don't know, Christian. I can't say I follow other live streams, know what other live streams are up to. Well, good for your patience, Plasma. I am not a sway trader. All right, there we go. 655. 655. I remember when you used to trade shares on COVID times. We were talking about this earlier. It just shows how old I am. People are like, man, I remember back in the day during COVID, you did this. I'm like, dude, I started the YouTube channel back in 2013. COVID was like 4 years ago. 4 years ago, it is a long time ago, don't get me wrong. But like, it's funny when people think that back during the COVID times was some long time ago. No, in my mind, COVID just happened. Like, that doesn't seem that long ago at all. But that also just illustrates how time does fly. Were you? Okay, so here we have somebody that was back from 2013. So you were old. Where he drew flags. I still have those videos. You're ending the week here on a Wednesday? I don't even know. Is the VWAP even a moving average? I don't even think the VWAP is a moving average. No, the volume is not a moving average, although they both appear as lines on the chart and used for trend analysis. The key difference is the VWAP is a daily volume-weighted indicator. Yeah. So that's what I thought. So Jack, again, Jack, let me put it this way. No, that's not what it stands for. It's volume-weighted average price. So again, Jack, I say this just, I know you're not going to listen, but like, you are very, very clearly new. it's very clear that you have no idea what you're doing. Here's our most recent example. You think that a VWAP is not only a moving average, but then you don't even know what a VWAP stands for. Well, again, totally fine. We all start off as new. There's nothing wrong with that per se. But your behavior on the live stream and why I remember you is you're trying to act like something you're not. Just own it. Hey, I'm new. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to learn. So I'm just going to sit back and listen. That is a totally respectable approach. But what you're doing correct and it moves. Again, so you won't even admit that you were wrong about it. That's going to be your problem in trading. I can tell you that right now. Instead of just saying, "Oh man, I was wrong," you try to justify it. That you're going to find that to be a hindrance. I'm not roasting anybody. I'm trying to help him out. Like just say, okay, I got that wrong. It's irrelevant if it moves or not. It is definitionally not a moving average. And it doesn't stand for what you said it standed for. So I'm going to move on from this, but like this exchange is exactly my point. Instead of just saying, "Oh, okay, I got that wrong," you're trying to argue and just try to make it like you weren't wrong. I am being kind, Plasma. Sometimes people, being honest with somebody is being kind. But we will move on. No, Frank. No. He's one of those people where if he purchased my mentorship, I would refund him back immediately and be like, "No, we're not going to jive well." Oh, Whiplash, yeah. Is that the one about the drum? I think that's Whiplash, isn't it? With the Top Gun 2 guy, Miles Teller. And then the guy from Spider-Man, what, JK? Is that the one? Okay. I'm not talking to you, Plasma. You dent. In fact, I need a little break from Plasma. We'll give him the timeout. I don't know, today he's gone into dent mode a little bit. Okay, there we go. 30 minutes for Plasma. It is so good. I think I'm pretty sure I've seen it. I guess maybe I don't agree per se that it was so good, because if something was so good, I would like to think I'd remember it better, but I don't remember it being terrible. I'm not smacking people. Well, I guess but I'm trying to help. You are way easier. You are people like others that are teachable, right? Like if somebody wants to learn and they're teachable, that's great. A good sign you're not teachable is you're like, "Oh, okay, I got that wrong." It's well, no, what? It's just, dude, just stop. You know. Price action is worst I've ever seen. What is this? I don't know about worst I've ever seen. I mean, to be fair, I guess I am smacking people, but it's a love tap. It's a love smack. I do reject the term roasting. I'm not roasting anybody. I'll take a love smack. I am love smacking people, but I'm not roasting anybody. Most people can't handle the truth. I will respectfully disagree, because 98% of you are fantastic. Like, I will say something, you're like, "Okay, cool, thanks." I will suggest prop firms, like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'll listen." You'll ask questions about it. So no, I don't think most people can. I think a lot of people, I think it seems that way because the jacks of the world stand out so much that it maybe seems like it's more of an issue than it is. But no, 99% of you are great. Now, some of you do like to joke around and are sarcastic, as am I. If they don't like what they see, they should. I agree, Todd. But I mean, once more, I explain this. I operate under the assumption that I really do want everybody to succeed. I mean that. And when I see people just making themselves unteachable, I mean, unteachable people are also unlikable, which goes back to my whole thesis that to give yourself the best chance in life, just be a likable person. And yeah, one way to be likable is to be teachable. That's all. Whoa, okay, we're getting some spice. Oh, what did he say? What did Trump say? What did Trump say? Thank you, trader. Texama. 90% of your listeners cannot tell a good trader from a bad trader. And let me guess, Jack, the guy that thinks the moving average, or the guy that thinks VWAP is moving average, you can tell that, right, Jack? Is that what your claim's going to be? The guy who doesn't even know what VWAP stands for, thinks VWAP is a moving average. Let me guess, you're the guy that can tell a good trader from a bad trader, right? Is this going to be the punchline, Jack? Yeah, guitar guy, and fantastic. That's no shame in there. Yeah, he probably is. He's probably just a straight up baller. It's for sure targeting that London high. Yeah. Don't say I don't track any of those, but that doesn't mean you people shouldn't. But there's only so much space on my chart that I'm gonna put up for lines and stuff like that. Oh my goodness, Kyle. That's good grief. All right, you have regained the title of terrible dad jokes, Kyle. Congrats. I stand on what VWAP is, and your listeners should check it out. I mean, you can stand on it, Jack, but like I literally showed the Google thing of it. Like you literally said VWAP stands for something that it does not stand for. It's okay though, Jack. We know you're just an attention seeker. I would like to hang out with Jack though. I would be I wonder what Jack is like in person. It's got to be fascinating. If you don't know what VWAP is, you should not be trading. I mean, I don't know about that. Because I don't know if there's one, well, besides price action itself, I don't know if there's one indicator that people have to use. VWAP is a great one. Don't get me wrong. I love VWAP. But I don't know if, like, you should not be trading unless you use VWAP. I don't know if I'm willing to go that far. I get what you're saying. I don't know if I'd go that far. But yeah, if you're calling VWAP a moving average when it's not a moving average, and then you're like telling people what VWAP stands for, and then that's incorrect, and then you're making the claim, well, most of your listeners don't know how to tell a bad trader from a good trader. But I'm one of those people that can tell. When you're the person that doesn't know, I mean, you see how it all falls apart. Said if you don't know what, oh, okay. Fair, Troy, fair, yeah. If you don't know what VWAP is, yeah. All right, good point. I'll agree with that. Because I do think everybody should at least try the VWAP. Whether or not you stick with it, another discussion. So, fair point, Troy. Why is VWAP not on your chart? Okay, so can somebody teach Jack how the VWAP might be on my chart without actually seeing it at this very moment? Can somebody explain that to Jack? Because we have yet our newest data point that Jack is, I mean, we all know he's trolling at this point. He is trolling. He's playing a certain character. You're an attention seeker. You're literally on YouTube. Well, we are all attention seekers. In that sense. I don't know why you're yelling, Drill. It is. See, Jack, it is. The problem is it's way down here. There it is, right there. It's on my chart. It's just not visible right now because, well, it's way further down below. The fact that you did, that you, never mind. Never mind. Oh, boy. Hey, Drill, stop yelling. Can you turn off caps? Yeah, attention speaker. It's Wednesday. Yeah, no, you're right. Just some. Yeah, that is exactly what Jack wants. We'll let him. I'm sorry, Jack Venus. Oh, poor Jack Venus there. Dude's like, why? Why me? Why, Jack? But I'll remember you. You got the red car. But yes, the other Jack, you're right. You're right. I've given him way more attention than what he. You said it perfectly. What did you say? I think if we keep giving Jack attention, he wins. Ignore this loser. I agree. But the more attention we give him, that he is technically winning. Trump is late. I said 42. I was way wrong. My guess was he would speak at 2:42. Why haven't you put a trade in? Because I'm waiting for you to tell me. A trade. Drill. No, I wasn't calling you. I wasn't calling you Jack. I was just saying you were right in your point about Jack. Okay, go longs on the next pullback. Okay, well, we're going to need a trade plan from you, brother. Where's your entry? Where's the stop? And where's your target? Your entry will tell me when the pullback has happened. Wow, how come all these dents just showed up? No. There's a Jack with like a red car. There you go. There's the VWAP right there. Those are the settings for it right there. All other streamers have banned. Oh, that's true. Yeah. So why I can tell Drill is a new person. That's fine. But like go long on the next pullback doesn't mean anything. For example, is this a pullback right here? Is this little, it could be. Maybe some people would call that a micro pullback. Maybe the pullback is it's got to come down here. Entry 660, stop 650. Okay, let's see how does he define a pullback. He wants 660. Okay, fair enough. See how an entry point helps define things? So this is how he would define a pullback, down to here. Fair enough. See, that's why just numbers. Broad statements, words, they don't mean anything. But now I totally get what he means by pullback. And to the exact point, this is how he's defining when he believes the pullback will be over at 660. Fair enough. Cool. Oh, goodness. Here we go. It's just the manic. Oh, wait. That's Manic Monday. Glad I found this channel. I like this environment. Good to have you here. I try to keep it lively, sarcastic, entertaining, filled with some baboonism. I am King Baboon. Without these dents showing up, I think that, yeah, I mean, there is a time and place. But I actually like the pull. I can see 660. I don't know if this is why he said 660, but my guess would be he's looking to buy the former breakout point right there. So just basic former areas of resistance can tend to act as support. Again, I don't know for sure if that's why he said 660, but I like it. I like it. That makes sense to me. Kevin, don't even try it. Don't even try it. We are at 4 hours and 15 minutes. This has been a good one. And we have had a whole lot of talk on the prop firms. So as we start to bring things close here, just how do we support the live stream? How can you keep the live stream going? I'll explain prop firms because this is the main engine behind keeping the live stream going. But if you are a beginner to the prop firm space, I argue Take Profit Trader is the king of the mountain. Reason for you as a beginner, very clean set of rules. These other prop firms, they're not bad, but from the beginner standpoint, it can get very overwhelming in a hurry because they do have more rules. So if you're a beginner just getting started, Take Profit Trader, very, very clean set of rules. Now, if you are already an experienced prop firm trader and you have not yet used Take Profit Trader, definitely give them a try. I've yet to talk to any experienced prop firm trader that's used other prop firms and then have them complain about Take Profit Trader once they get to the pro phase and qualify for payouts, and then complain about, well, I don't really like the fact that I can request daily payouts in whatever amount that I make. So if you're making $3,000 every day, other prop firms, you don't get to request all $3,000. You got to wait, and there's other stuff. Eventually, you'll get it, but you don't get it right away. With Take Profit Trader, if you're making $3,000 a day, you can request daily payouts every single day of $3,000. And then not to mention back to the rules, there's no scalping rules, there's no consistency rules, there's no scaling rules. Very, very clean set of rules. So that is why I have the sneaky suspicion that people that have experience with other prop firms have never complained about those aspects of Take Profit Trader because they really do have an amazing rule book and a great payout policy for all of that. So just keep that in mind. And then maybe you're just somebody that's like, hey, Clay, I enjoy the live stream. I want to support it. I use this and such prop firm. Do you have a code? Because if you have a code, I will use it because I know that'll help support the live stream. So if that's used, these are all the firms that I have a code with. And I really do thank you for that. Because at the end of the day, now for those of you, some are about to get offended, but I have 6 kids. As much as I enjoy this, I need to be smart with my time. I cannot take over 4 hours out of my day on a daily basis and do something with no monetary value. If you notice, there have been 0 YouTube ads. So I've made $0.00 from YouTube ads because, again, I want you as a viewer to have an ad-free experience. But it does need to be worth my time if the live stream is going to continue. And the way it'll be made worth my time is if people use code Clay. And the good news is, by using code Clay, you're getting a good deal. You're saving money anyway. So it's a good win-win for everybody. But yes, I can't be a deadbeat father and be like, well, see you later, family. I'm going to go hang out with strangers on the internet for 4 hours every day. I would argue that'd make me a very poor father. But if you want the live stream to continue, it's got to be worth my time, and you make it worth my time by using code Clay. And if that offends you, I don't know what to tell you. Sorry, but it is what it is. So that is all I have on your way out. And Jack, dude, whatever, man. Like I said, we are moving on. You can yap away all you want, but anybody with a brain knows you're a newbie, and for some reason you're trying to act like you know what you're doing. I don't know why. I don't know why you just don't say, hey, I'm a newbie, I'm trying to learn. But it would serve you better in life, my friend, to change maybe the way you approach these situations. But I am, for the final time, Jack, you can keep trying to talk and interact, but I'm going to have to move on because as somebody, who was it? Somebody was just identified. Every time we acknowledge you, you win. And we know that you're just here trolling around. I don't know what you're doing, but anyways. So on your way out, yeah, that was you. It was just said, good dad, just made up another notch in my book. Good to meet you. Yeah, again, if you use code Clay, it does feed hungry children because I do have 6 kids. And I assure you, with my oldest only being 13, kids are hungry. Groceries are expensive. But all kidding is, well, I guess I was going to say that's not a joke. Code Clay, in a sense, does go to feed hungry kids. But on your way out, if you don't mind hitting that, can we get 7 more likes? If we got 7 more likes, can we push this up to 250 likes? That'd be pretty cool. If not, that's okay. But yeah, on your way out, hit that like button. Make sure to subscribe. I will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. I go 11 a.m. Eastern Monday to Friday, but usually I show up early. So if you want to know exactly when I do go live, that is where hitting that notification bell helps out there. So, wow, up to 6 when I started watching. Oh, you were old. You started watching when I had 2 kids? Yeah. Yeah, I started the website. I started the channel with Joe, I think before, I don't remember. But I definitely started on YouTube with 1 kid. And yes, yeah. If you followed me over the years on social media and such, then yeah, you'd see I'm up to 6 now. Well, thank you, Jordan. I appreciate that like button. But yeah, everybody take care. This was a fun one. Had a great time. And 259, 260 likes. Let's go. What a great, I swear we have the best chat. We have the best chat in the live stream space. But everybody take care. Have a good one. And I'll see you back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. Take care, everybody.